Okay, looks like we are live now. We're going to take just a quick second to post the link to Facebook before we kick this off. We apologize for the late start. Are we good? Okay. Apologize for the late start. We're still trying to get all the technical bugs worked out with doing these virtual meetings. But it is 7:04. I will call to order the April 15th regular meeting of the WeldRE5J Board of Education. Sil, would you please call roll?
Sarah Hall. Sarah Hall.
I'm here.
Nate Sassano.
Here.
Jeremy Scott.
Here.
Michael Wales.
Here.
Peggy Wakeman.
Here.
Okay, we'll move on to the approval of the agenda.
I will move the approval of the agenda.
I'll second that.
I second.
We have a motion by Reverend Scott, a second by Director Hall to approve the agenda. Any discussion on that? Seeing or hearing none, Sil, would you please poll the board?
Sarah Hall.
Yes.
Nate Sassano.
Yes.
Jeremy Scott.
Yes.
Michael Wales.
Yes.
Peggy Wakeman.
Yes.
I will move on to citizen comments on agenda items. So all the citizen comments, all the public comment has been posted to board docs, which is goes into the board members' packets. So they've all seen that. It's also publicly available and entered into the public record. There is a link on our website on how to get to board docs, so you can go read those public comments. We will move on to staff and student celebrations and recognitions. Ms. Arnold.
Well, unfortunately, we don't have our staff and students joining us tonight, but there have been a few things that have really been pretty amazing that happened today. And the Bernard family in Milliken made masks for all of our food service workers and our transportation department and delivered them today. And I would really hope that you would go to our Facebook page to see their kids making these masks over the weekend. And then as they delivered them to us, it was just a great and exciting time, and what a great gift to be giving, and how thoughtful of them. So I just really wanted to do a quick shout out to that family for really thinking about our team that's kind of in the front lines of serving lunches and making sure our kids are eating every day.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. I appreciate you sending that email on to us earlier today. Anything else you want to add in that piece?
I'll have more in my superintendent's report.
Okay, very good. Let's go, we'll move on to reports and comments from board members.
I have just a quick report, if I could. We did meet with the task force that is working towards preparing a bond and MLO package for November. So it's still lots of work to do and lots of data to collect and surveys to be done. But we are still meeting with that group. We are still working towards a potential bond and MLO for the fall. And again, lots of work yet to be done. So I would just ask for the public that's watching and members of that task force, if you've not yet responded to that survey that we sent out, please do so we can use that data to inform where we head. So thank you.
Go ahead, Reverend Scott.
Thank you. Well, I just don't think we can let an opportunity go past without just celebrating the amazing work our teachers and everybody is doing. I mean, as you know, I'm privileged to be as a board member and get to see a little bit from that side. But just as a parent, you know, of both a Letford Elementary School student and a Roosevelt Go Riders student, I can't celebrate enough all the hard work that's being done. And, you know, at our last meeting, one of the things I asked is that we, you know, try to find a way to have grace for one another, recognize the grief we're all going through, assume the best of one another, while we figure out what on earth to do with ourselves. And I've really seen folks do that and step up and really demonstrate that they get the difficulty that everyone's going through, parents and students and teachers alike, and a lot of grace flowing all over the place for folks. And I just really want to say thank you to those who are doing that and taking that challenge on to, you know, be thoughtful and respectful as we go through all of this. But I am just beyond impressed. I know we all are, but with what's going on. But I especially, you know, the way that the organization that came around for my son, you know, which is probably the most difficult thing, is organizing the high school students, because they all have different schedules and, you know, and everything, and the way that they really rallied to keep him engaged and all of that, and has been great to watch. So just a shout out to all of our teachers and then all the administrators and staff that are behind them making it all happen too. I know everyone's working like crazy, and all the work just disappeared into the background. Like there's all this work going on, and now it's happening in the background, and it's not front and center, and you can't go to the school and watch everybody running around, but everybody's running around and doing an amazing job. So just want to keep that in front of us. We got some quality folks running around here. So thank you.
Anyone else? So I had the Capital Construction Assistance Board meeting today, AKA the best board. And, you know, things are obviously going to be changing with all that. It was interesting hearing from the other directors across the state what construction projects are looking like with COVID stuff, as well as the supervisors from Colorado Department of Education who are actually out, and the engineers who are actually out in the buildings looking at them right now. You know, the construction world is kind of pausing in certain places around the state, and so, you know, where this would be an opportune time to be doing a lot of work on schools, it's not where they want it to be. But we are ramping up for the big May meeting, so that's when all the grants get read. Got in the mail today, not one, but 2 volumes of grants that I have the next 30 days to review. There were 69 applications this year, totaling $1.1 billion. 597 is going to be requested from the state, and another 506 will be in matching. Unfortunately, that's the other downside to what's going on with BEST is with the legislature still reworking the budget. We're not really sure what the funding is going to look like for this grant round. So, you know, in the next 30 days, hopefully we'll have something. We did discuss possibly delaying that May meeting just so we can get those accurate numbers from the state. We did talk a little bit about, you know, again, we always talk about what's the future look like, and, you know, the estimates are coming in probably a little worse than what we had originally thought, and we were being very conservative with those estimates as well. The state land board is basically saying that they feel like for the next couple of years, their contribution is going to be that legislative minimum of about $40 million. So, and that's the lion's share of the money that comes into the BEST program is from the state land board. So it could be a tight couple of years coming up, and it's going to be a competitive one this year for sure for these grants. So that is all I have. Anybody else? Anybody memory got jogged for something? Okay. We will move on to our report from the superintendent's office, Ms. Arnold.
Great. Thank you, President Wells and members of the board. It's great to see you all again. So it's been really strange doing these Zoom meetings, but I think we're getting better and better at them as we go along. I have a couple updates for you that I wanted to share, not just with all of you, but with our community as well. And one of them is, if you get a chance and you are looking for a field trip, but you don't want to get out of your car, drive by the Milliken Elementary School playground. The grant that we received last year, $500,000, is finally being put into place in the reconstruction of that playground over at Milliken Elementary School. Since we were going to be trying to do the playground when kids were in school, it was going to be really difficult to try to coordinate all those times and efforts and energies. Now that the governor has said we cannot have kids on our playground, we are going ahead and doing the construction of the playground itself. We are building a ninja course there. So it's really cool seeing some of the different apparatus that kids and adults will get to do and time themselves on, and hopefully improve their times as they go. So I will let you know when the ribbon cutting ceremony is, and we'll get you all on the ninja course. President Wales?
So what exactly is the penalty if somebody's caught out there before the closure? I mean, you said ninja course. I got to be out there. I'm probably going to head over there tonight.
No, it's not in yet. It's
Oh.
sitting there waiting to be put in.
Well, let's
So-
go put it together tonight.
No, it's not there, but all the parts are there, and it's really cool the different ways that you can run and have to maintain your balance. If you're asking, are we monitoring playground? No, but we were told to shut our playgrounds down. Any other questions about the Milliken Elementary School playground? Okay, I will move on to the next thing, is that our incredible lunch food service workers and our transportation department have been serving so many lunches. In fact, they served almost 1,000 today. And they've just been going out and really trying to keep the social distancing at the bus stops, and really trying to make sure that the kids are getting fed and getting what they need. And we delivered 2 lunches today to students because of the impending snowstorm tomorrow. We are not going to do lunch delivery. I put that in a letter last night. It's on our Facebook page. And now I want to remind people that we will not be doing any lunch delivery for tomorrow. We are hoping to resume it on Friday. We're hoping that the roads will be cleared and we can get back out there. So I just wanted to also give a shout out to our transportation department and our food service workers for really just pulling through on this, and they'll continue serving lunches until the end of the spring. President Wales?
So no deliveries tomorrow, but will the grab and go still be open?
No.
Okay.
Everything is shut down so that we can keep our employees at home tomorrow. Okay. So I'm calling a snow day for our food service workers and our transportation department tomorrow. The other thing I'd like to say is, and thank you, Reverend Scott, for talking about our incredible teachers and how they've been working with Cloud School, and how they've been getting things really figured out. We have to remember that with spring break, we've had 1 week under our belt now, and things will get to be more consistent and through repetition and so forth, and it'll start feeling a little bit better. But as with anything, our teachers were really worn out last week. I was very impressed with all the work that they put into creating an online environment for our students, and then also just delivering that to our students. I also just would like to thank our parents, that if there is some confusion in what maybe a teacher is saying to the students, or what I'm writing in a communication, that parents are reaching out and asking for clarification. And I just would like to say thank you to our parents that are doing that, so that they're getting the right information as well. I'll move on to the last thing that I have. And today a letter went out to all of our class of 2020, our seniors and their parents. There's just a couple of things that I'd like to highlight. First, as I have been saying all along, our incredible administration staff at Roosevelt High School, they are very committed to having graduation for all of our RHS class of 2020 seniors. And so they have not, we've not landed on a date yet, but we do have 3 dates reserved. We have May 22nd, June 13th, or July 18th. We are hoping that one of those days are going to work for an outdoor graduation at Roosevelt. We have a cap and gown pickup in RHS next week, Wednesday and Thursday, from 12 to 2 each day. So our students are going to be able to get their caps and gowns, get their pictures taken with that, and get ready. And hopefully one of those dates will be able to get out there and graduate these seniors. And so for our seniors only, and this is a slight change in kind of the messaging that's been going out, but this is for our senior class only at this point, is that the RHS administration has made the decision to use 3rd quarter grades. Our 3rd quarter was over before we went out for our quarantine, our shelter in place order. So 3rd quarter was officially over. And so what the decision has been made is for our seniors, for their transcripts, that we're going to use their 3rd quarter grades as their final semester grades. But what that means is that if any student is currently missing any assignments from 3rd quarter, they would like to make up an assignment, do something different to change that grade, then they have the opportunity to do that. They have till May 15th in order to get that done. So they just need to work with their teachers in order to figure out what it is that they need to do. And that we will be able to get our transcripts ready for colleges to send off to college. So we will be finalizing all these grades, et cetera, in the next few weeks. But that letter went out today to our senior parents and to our seniors themselves. Are there any questions about that? Yes, Director Sassano?
A couple of quick questions. So just to make sure everybody heard that, if you need to increase a grade or want to increase a grade, contact your teacher. They'll work with you to figure that out. Number one.
Seniors,
right?
Our seniors, yep.
For seniors, right, for seniors. And then just a question, is that common practice now across kind of school districts that are in the same situation to use that 3rd quarter grade as the final grade? Is that what most schools are doing now?
Thank you for that. Yes. So we were on a call with the Colorado Department of Education and other school districts, and that was one of the options that we could do in order for seniors to close out their transcripts for that we could get them ready for college. So yes, that was one of the options.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Leslie, could you give us the dates again for the proposed graduation?
Absolutely. So there's 3 dates. The first one's May 22nd. The next one's
Okay.
June 13th or July 18th. And if any of you have any conflict with any of those days, we have time, we can move them, etc. But those are the tentative dates that we're holding in order to get the field ready for graduation.
Okay. And then I have a question on the lunch program. How is that funded?
So how this is funded is through the COVID relief, the CARES Act, through the federal government. We are submitting, and these are all reimbursable lunches. So we are submitting the lunch counts. I believe it's per month to the state and the federal government, and we are receiving reimbursement for those.
Okay.
The time for our bus drivers and our food service workers and the mileage on the bus and the gas, what we are doing is we are looking at submitting all of those expenses to the state for reimbursement. Those are allowable expenses through the state.
Okay. Thank
Great
you.
question. Yes, thank you for the question. Any other questions? Director Hall.
With the seniors, for those that were enrolled in, say, government or speech that are required for graduation, are they then continuing with enrichment on those classes?
So the civics class has been waived for the government class, meaning that we will still look at, since it was a full semester class, we will look at their third quarter grade, and they have an opportunity to improve that grade if they would like. But when I spoke to the State Department felt that the time that we had spent in the fourth quarter, in the third quarter and then in the fourth quarter before we went out was enough for the basics of civics and government, and we are fine with that. So they are working with, the teachers are working with the students on those cases. For speech, that's a good one. That's a local district requirement, and we have waived all of the graduation requirements as a local district when last meeting, when we suspended the policies in order to react to the COVID-19 situation.
So then since we're using the third quarter grades, I know the question's gonna come as soon as they see this video. Are the seniors still I'm sure they're encouraged to do enrichment. Do they have to?
Nope. Cloud School's optional for every student, not just for seniors. And so we know that seniors may be needing some time to work with counselors or administration in order to apply for some more and additional colleges. They could be doing some other things like working on their portfolio to get ready for college. They may be doing some tutoring or of other students and kind of helping through the Interact Club on that. So there's lots of opportunities for our seniors to stay engaged, and we would like them to stay engaged. We just really want them to, before they just shut us out and not talk to us again until graduation, we would like to make sure that they are ready to graduate, as far as we've got everything in place. They've got their colleges that they want for us to send their transcripts to and everything. So I would encourage all of our seniors, if they haven't talked to their counselor yet, to keep in touch with their counselors.
Okay, any other questions for Ms. Arnold at this time? And is that all you have?
That's it. Thank you. Thank you.
We'll move on to our report from the CFO's office, and we do have Becky Samborski with us here. Hi, Becky.
Hi, President Wales, Superintendent Arnold, members of the board. I'm Becky Samborski, CFO for the record. How are you all tonight? The March financial
Good,
statements.
thank you.
The March financial statements are included in your packet. There's really nothing significant to talk to about those, so I'd really like to spend my time talking more about the impacts of COVID-19 tonight. Of course, if you have questions on the financial statements, please feel free to ask. So what I thought I would do is kind of go through the timeline of what's going on. So we will have a statewide finance officer meeting with the Colorado Department of Education on April 23rd. At this meeting, we will be talking about finance, grants, cash flows, and the budget process. Then the next date would be May 12th. We will receive an updated revenue forecast from the Legislative Council and the Office of State Budget and Planning. And what they're hoping to do is introduce the long bill on May 18th. And then the plan is to escalate the School Finance Act so that it will be done by the end of May, so that school districts can have their budget done by the legal deadline in June. So we should have the School Finance Act by the end of May. I can pause for questions, or I can just finish and have questions at the end. I have a few more things. So currently what we've been directed to plan for is a 1 to 10% reduction in state share funding. So for our district, 1% would be 190,000, 10% would be $1.9 million. So it's a huge range, and it's really so much to think about. We are currently applying for available grants, like Superintendent Arnold said. I actually want to thank our attorney, Adele Reister. She's been informing us of some grant opportunities that we've looked into. One of the grants we are applying for is the Help Colorado Now grant, and that would be to reimburse the district for continuing to pay employees. For example, substitutes who aren't working or other employees that aren't working full-time. We are also in the process of determining if we are eligible to apply for a grant from FEMA. We just started looking into this, and tomorrow they have different days for every county. So tomorrow is Weld County's day that we can review a webinar to understand what the grant is and if we're eligible and how much it would be. I really can't tell you anything more about it because there wasn't much information. You're supposed to, they won't even let you apply for the grant unless you watch the webinar. So that'll be the first step tomorrow afternoon to see what that grant will do for us. In regard to property taxes, we'll have another call. They're saying around May 10th to get a better idea of what the collection rate will be. Our collection rate for property taxes has historically been 99.9%. They're thinking that it could be dropped by 5 to 10%. So the worst case scenario on that is 10% would be about 1.2 million for us. But then again, we're hoping FEMA and some of those resources will backfill some of these things that are coming up. So really, there's really a lot of unknowns right now. We really just have to take it one day at a time. We have to see what grants will cover some of the issues and what FEMA will cover. I will be providing Superintendent Arnold with updates as I have them, as all these timelines come through. You know, we're not any different than any other school district. We're all in this together. So that's kind of the state of where we're at today. I probably won't be able to answer too many of your questions.
Any questions for Ms. Samborski?
Well, again, probably not any she can actually answer. That's the,
I
but thanks
know.
for keeping it up on it, and I appreciate it. And I did review the latest financials, and I appreciate all the hard work you do on those.
Thank you.
Becky, the only question I have, you know, considering the strength of our reserves right now, does that preclude us from participating in some of this federal money or state money?
No, the reserves, we're just happy to have them, so we won't have such cash flow issues like some other districts will have. So we're in good shape that way. And then the other thing we have to think about too is if we dip into our TABOR reserves, we just have to determine the timing of that, because depending on the fiscal year, we'd probably want to dip into them in July, not in June, which at this point, depending on May property taxes, we should be okay to wait till July if we need to dip into those. So right now, I think we're in a better shape than a lot more districts than I know.
Okay. Any other questions for Ms. Samborski? All right, Becky, thank you so much. We'll move on to our consent agenda. You guys have all been presented with the items in the packets. I will entertain a motion.
I would make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
I'll second that.
A motion by Director Hall, a second by Director Sassano to approve the consent agenda. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing or seeing none. Sil, would you please pull the board?
Sarah Hall.
Yes.
Nate Sassano.
Yes.
Jeremy Scott.
Yes.
Michael Wales.
Yes.
Peggy Wakeman.
Yes.
At this time, I'm going to make a motion that the Board of Education go into an executive session with our attorney for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions as per Colorado Revised Statutes 24-6-402, subsection 4, subsection B.
I'll second that.
A motion by myself, a second by Director Hall to enter into executive session for legal advice. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing and seeing none. Sil, would you please pull the board?
Sarah Hall.
Yes.
Nate Sassano.
Yes.
Jeremy Scott.
Yes.
Michael Wales.
Yes.
Peggy Wakeman.
Yes.
So for our viewing public, this is where everything gets kind of awkward. So we're going to, I guess I kind of having a little brain cramp here. Are we going to close this Zoom meeting? Or we'll leave it open, but we will all leave it.
Yes, that's correct. We all will leave the meeting, but this session will stay open and stay recorded.
Okay. And then, yeah, so if people are watching us on the live stream, they can just keep the live stream up and it'll all be okay. I just got a notification from our attorney here. I guess, so, okay, so, well, I know this complicates things because we already made a motion and passed it. And I am not that familiar of how we can go back and amend a motion prior to that, but I will just add that this is what she's asking me to add, that we're going to talk to our attorney about the next agenda item, which is the reconsideration of the Civica Charter School application. So that is the purpose of this. Okay, Bryson, take us. I guess no, you don't have to do anything. We just have to leave, don't we? All right. We'll see you shortly. Let me try that again. I didn't have my sound connected. So we just adjourned the executive session. We are going to take a quick recess. We're going to reconvene at 8:15. That will allow us the time to bring the Civica team on board and just take care of a few other little things. So we will be back in regular session at 8:15. So stay tuned.
correspondence not involved. Just saying that. So.
Mr. Wells, can I ask a question of Mr. Vetter?
Sure, go ahead.
Bryson, will we be able to share my screen for our portion of the presentation? Hey, Bryson.
Yes, so I believe that you can share a screen just as being a,
Will we be able to share my screen for our portion of the presentation?
I do believe that you can share your screen, even if you're not a host. We did not test that out.
It's disabled. Host disabled, attendee screen sharing. Hey, Bryson.
Yes, so I believe that you can share a screen just as being a,
Will we be able to share my screen for our portion?
I think that's the YouTube delay.
yeah, sorry. I got lots of computers going on here. Even if you're not a host. We did not test that out.
It's disabled. Host disabled, attendee screen sharing.
Yes, so I believe that you can share a screen just as being a,
I think that's the YouTube delay.
yeah, sorry. I got lots of computers going on here. Even if you're not a host. Let me see if I can make a change to this. Kara, as a co-host, you might be able to know the answer to this too.
I think if you add him as co-host, he can be able to share his screen.
Well, if you're a host, towards the bottom, there should be a thing called security, and you just have to uncheck the box that says allow participants to share screen.
There's share screen, advanced sharing options.
Is it down by mute, stop video, and there's another little button that says security or something like that?
How about now? Yep.
Cool.
It works. We're all set.
Okay, well, we're 8:18. I'll bring us back into order. We have members of the Civica Charter School application team here with us. I think, and everybody's doing a pretty good job of this already. Just keep your, if you can, just remember to keep your microphones muted unless you're talking. I'll try to do a really good job of watching. If you do want to speak, just undo your mute and I'll call on you. If it doesn't look like I'm getting to you right away, we could also use the chat. You could just put in the chat window that, hey, Mr. Wales, I'd like to talk. I do real quick want to just introduce everybody who has joined the meeting, because I don't know how much of this stuff shows up on the live stream or not. And so if you would just raise your hand when I call your name so people can kind of associate you with who we have here. So we have, there she is, Amanda Galeando, Carlos Alvarez, Stephanie Potberg, Nolan Easton, Rex Beal, Trevor Goodsell, Craig Horton, Graciela, I hope I said that right, Carbajosa, Sheena McCowett, and Barry Arrington. And I think with this many people in this room too, we're probably going to have some video lag and possibly some audio lag as well. So we'll just have to be aware of that. Okay, so we're moving into item number 6 on our agenda, which is a special business. This is a public hearing for the reconsideration of the Civica Charter School application. I want to turn this to Miss Arnold.
You're turning it to me. Do you want me to talk about the procedures for tonight?
Well, and I may have this mixed up. I thought we were going to hear you first and then the applicant, but we'll do the applicant first. Okay.
You were also going to go over the process real quick for everybody so they know what we're doing.
Yep, absolutely. So I had this all backwards. Sorry, I didn't have the right screen up. So we're going to give the applicant 10 minutes to give their presentation. Of course, we've heard a lot of this already. We've seen the application. There's just been some updates to some of the material that they have. So we're going to hear their presentation. Then we're going to take a 10 minutes from the administration to hear their presentation and recommendation. And then we're going to go into a Q&A session from the board's perspective. So that'll be both the board to the applicants and the board to staff and administration. Following that, the board may decide to go into an executive session one more time, and then we will come back with deliberations and with our final decision for the evening. So did I miss anything on that? Everybody's moving really slow on my side here, so I'll go ahead and turn this over to Craig. Are you going to be the one that's going to be presenting?
Looks like Miss Arnold has a question for you.
Oh,
I was raising my hand. I don't know how to get your attention, Michael.
okay.
And I'm sorry, I may have missed this, but Sil White will be holding up the timing. Did you mention that?
I did not. That's very, can everybody see Sil on the screen?
Michael, I think that when once the screen sharing is up, all we can see is the person talking at the bottom and the thing. So I don't know if we'll be able to see the timer. She might have to speak it.
Okay. Sil, are you good with that? And I'm getting a really, like everybody's frozen on my screen. So I don't even know if I'm in this meeting anymore. Are you guys experiencing that same thing?
You're working good on our side.
Okay.
So if I can ask, we'll get started here in just a second. If we could have Mr. Alvarez, Ms. Potberg, and Ms. McCowett unmuted,
Okay.
that will help us get through this efficiently. So it looks like Ms. McCowett, if she could be unmuted. And then Carlos and Steph. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen now, and that'll be the start of our 10 minutes, if that's okay.
Let her rip.
So I'm going to start us off tonight. Thank you, President Wales and the board, for having us. On behalf of Civica Colorado, we're excited to be back together. When we were here last time, it was stated by members of the board, you look forward to working with us, and that will be our goal tonight and moving forward. Now, with the State Board of Education behind you, tonight is when it can happen. This is our chance to work together. You're the Board of Education for WeldRE5J, and you have the great opportunity to represent the people. We've been through a very thorough process together, and I believe that our heart and passion for Civica and this community is very evident. In our presentation tonight, we're going to cover a few of the topics that have been brought up during the application process, and we're excited to share with you and update some things for you. These being community support, food services, facilities and finances, and leadership training. We look forward to working with you for years to come. We're going to start off with Stephanie Popper talking about the community support piece.
So we're super excited to share with you that as of right now, we have more than 150 households in our community that have filled out intents to enroll. With that, more than 300 individual students are on there for all grade levels, with 130 intents to enroll for grades 6 through 9 in August of 2021, which is 96% of our open enrollment. So I would like to, you all have received many letters of community support for Civica from members of our community in the last few days. I would like to ask each of you if you are all planning to read all of the comments from the members of our community prior to making your decision this evening. Just to share with you a couple from Ed Lafferty for Brett Hall with Hall Irwin. This new school building would bring great benefit to the town of Milliken and the students and families in the WeldRE5 school district. We encourage the board to join us in supporting Civica and approve the charter application. From Amy Talent, council member of Johnstown. As a councilwoman, I have 30+ parents that have come to me since the beginning of the year planning to list their homes and move to Windsor. Their sole reason is the school district, and the majority of them have kids in the 6th grade. Troy Mellon, another council member from Johnstown. I understand the hesitancy and the need to be responsible with the public's funds. Anything new and unfamiliar is always uncomfortable to approve. I hope that you will look past that and at the soundness of the concept and the passion of the advocates. And from Janelle Saya, a parent and an educator. I am not just about Civica. I am about kids. I want this community to provide options and opportunities for all kids. I voted for the bond in the mill, and I am involved in the district task force that is looking at next steps for RE5J, and I support Civica. I'm now going to hand it over to Craig to share about facilities.
We are excited to talk about facilities. That was one of the things that we that you told us last time was a concern of yours. So first of all, with the year gap between when you approve us and when Civica will open, we'll be able to start building our building. And that helps us defer some of our temporary space costs because we can put modular facilities right on the building site. And so we have a plan that you saw. We gave it to you on Friday. You saw the artist rendering of where the facilities, the modular facilities will go on that site. And the kids will be excited every day to watch their building going up. We expect today, if we were approved today, to get a certificate of occupancy in January of 22. That would mean we'd need 6 months of modular space. We already have that arranged with a modular space classroom provider, and we're certain that we can make that happen. We are still looking forward to the partnership with Boys and Girls Club, sharing space with TRPR and the fields there, and also their, we would look to share their gymnasium space if we were in modulars. We think we'll need 6 months of the facilities for modulars, no more. Sports barn is still an option. It has been an option the whole time. It's in the process of a sale now. If Mr. Beal does decide, if the contract goes through and the sale goes through, all the better. If for some reason we are in the sports bar and Mr. Beal is still an owner, he would resign and he would recuse himself from any of the discussions there. But we don't believe at this point that's our primary option. We are excited about facilities, obviously. Or finance rather, the $1 million grant did come through. You all know that. That's $330,000 a year for 3 years. Included in that is a $50,000 competitive grant award that we got for economically disadvantaged kids. With that, that's the game changer for today. So that makes, I think, your biggest concern, which was food service and transportation for economically disadvantaged kids, it makes that problem go away. So we can afford in year one to buy, to participate in school lunch. If we can't participate in any school lunch programs, we'll afford to buy the lunch and we can afford transportation as well. We're happy to give you revised budgets about that. We don't have estimates yet from the school districts about what any of that would cost, but we have capacity to pay our share in food service and transportation. Also, we've kept up with our financing and lending options. We have multiple options now for companies that will want to partner with us on the construction loan and also the long-term loan. Let's hand it off to Carlos to talk about leadership.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to be able to connect with you today virtually. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about our leadership development program. So I wanted to share with the board that Civica's leadership development program will have an emphasis on Colorado's principal quality standards, of which they've been revised a bit the past few years, but these are the latest 4 standards that we will be following in the development program. If we go to the next slide, you'll see that part of the leadership development program will entail the Doral Leadership Institute. And the Doral Leadership Institute is a comprehensive leadership program designed to identify and develop effective educators to lead high quality schools. This program is successfully utilized in over 190 charter schools nationwide. And they consist of about 8 modules. And in those modules, they entail leadership and curriculum and data, master schedule and grit, budget and fiscal responsibility, personnel, 7 habits of highly effective people, a character and school culture component, marketing, media, powerful educator, legal, special programs, mental health, safety and security, and operations as well. In addition to the leadership program, Civica will also be launching what's called the Civica Leadership Residency Program. And this program will entail different best practices. There will be modeling, there will be shadowing opportunities with an emphasis some of the areas here that you see bulleted. The program will include recruitment retention of school personnel. The program will also include new student registration, orientation, how to look at school-wide data, how to desegregate it, how to identify your WIGs, your wildly important goals, data monitoring, curriculum and operational expenditures, master scheduling, facilities and maintenance, how to open a school, what professional development and training has to go into that, classroom walkthroughs, teacher evaluations, budget management, budget versus actual, teacher mentoring and coaching, discipline, positive behavior and intervention support, school culture and the implementation of the mission and the vision, progress monitoring, and just to name a few. Thank you. And those are to name a few. Parental outreach as well. One thing that I did want to share, and I do want every board member to understand that Civica has every single intention to make sure that we partner with a third-party food service, either independently or work through the district. So what am I saying with that is that we have every intention to participate in the National School Lunch Program. And we know that there's 2 vehicles of doing that. One is either going under the umbrella of the school district. And then the other, if that's something that doesn't work out, then we will seek to get approved for that program independently, just as COHIA is. We'll make sure that we follow every single guideline that we need to follow, meals, nutritional guidelines, measurement of food, temperature of food, etc. So I did want to clarify that Civica has every intention to make sure that every single kid in your district gets fed a breakfast and a lunch, and we have every intention to make sure that we apply and participate in that lunch program. I'm going to pass it over to Stephanie, and she's going to talk to you a little bit about supplemental food service with the food pantry.
So we've talked with the Weld County Food Bank, and it is our plan immediately following our charter approval to apply for a pantry that will be in the school for the kids. That they will be allowed. It'll be a supplemental program. Any child that needs to or wants to can come in and receive a snack throughout the day at any time. However, that's set up essentially through the school. And they also can take home after school in the evenings for the evenings and also for over the weekends. So we're excited with that opportunity as well. So that'll be a supplemental program in addition to the school lunch program.
On behalf of the entire Civica board, we'd like to thank President Chair Michael Wales and the rest of the board for listening to us today, and also for the Weld County School District staff for being here with us today. It's nice to see you all again, virtually.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, thanks, guys. Yeah, we're happy to have you guys with us too. And I should have said this at the onset. I hope you guys, I know some of you guys are in some remote location. Carlos, what time is it where you're at, man? It's got to be like.
Sir, it's 10:30.
Time for bed. Well, I hope everybody's doing safe. That's what I hope everybody, with everything that's going on, I hope you guys are all staying safe. I hope your families are all well as well. So, okay. Well, thank you guys. Thank you for being concise with that. Some interesting stuff there for sure. Thank you for sharing. I will now turn it over to Leslie Arnold to give the presentation on behalf of the school district, and then we'll move into the Q&A piece of it all. So, Ms. Arnold.
Thank you, President Wales, members of the board. Tonight, I'm bringing to you for the second time a recommendation by our WeldRE5J administrative team as it pertains to the Civica charter school application as it comes to the board for reconsideration following the State Board of Education's reversal of this board's December denial determination. As you all know, my staff and I have been responsive to all requests and questions from Civica and from you in regards to this charter application while still conducting our other full-time jobs for the district. I can honestly say to you and to our community that we have come to the table with Civica each and every time in good faith and in hopes that we can learn more about the intent and purpose of the school. I have not, nor will I ever, reduce my standards and lower my bar so that a concept can be put in place to experiment on our children. My team and I have been insulted by members of this community, making assumptions about items that they do not have direct factual knowledge of or have only heard Civica's side of the story. I'm proud of the district that I work for and the people I work with, and I cannot thank them enough for walking through this challenge with me. To have anyone who does not know me or my heart to say that I'm anti-charter is beyond ridiculous. That is far from the truth. My 16-year-old stepdaughter attends a charter school that I fully support. Many members of my administration team have their own children attend charter schools as well. We all can see the value of what a well put together charter experience can provide the students and the families in a community. I also believe that our district has a solid working relationship with KQA, which has been built over time, benefits both KQA and the district, and in both regards would be considered successful. KQA utilizes our district resources for payroll, HR, special education services, and accounting, which has streamlined their needs and strengthened our relationship. Civica is proposing to use Academica for the district resources we provide to KQA. Academica is a for-profit company, which up until 6 months ago, none of us have even heard of before. Professionally, the administration has many questions about this relationship and consistently tried to ask this to the Civica team. I will not apologize for keeping the district standards high for our students, schools, and community throughout this review process. Our district staff members are all experts in their fields. We are not experts with charter school startups. Over the last few months, we have received significant criticism from Civica and some of the Civica supporters pointing out that we are not experts at all. I completely disagree. We are experts in our field of employment. This administrative team has invested a tremendous amount of time and effort since August, as well as utilizing charter school resources. While some members of Civica were not pleased yesterday with the specific questions that the administration was asking in this reconsideration process, The questions that have been asked are legitimate questions under the Charter School Act framework based upon all of the materials that were submitted. With the pushback received in yesterday's small group meeting, in particular being told that many concepts could simply be handled in a gate contract or were not reasons for a potential denial of the application, the administration is still unclear in how our most specialized population will be received or served at Civica. Yesterday, it was revealed to us that Civica is not a school for all students, and this school will not accept all students, especially those that are on extended evidence outcomes. This is confusing since Civica continuously shares with the community that they will serve all children. We are just beginning to find out that all does not really mean all. What has caused greater discomfort through this entire process are the inconsistencies in the Civica application and responses. Trying to piece all the written responses from Civica into a cohesive, well-planned document for opening a charter school has been extremely difficult, nearly impossible. Again, yesterday we were told by Civica's attorney that our questions could be worked out through contract negotiations. Yes, that's true. But my team and I were tasked to evaluate the application and supplemental materials that we received in written format and verbal response from Civica. And with our professional responsibilities, we cannot just read between the lines and make broad assumptions. And then we were also told yesterday that words do not matter, which leaves us without knowing how to evaluate a written application. My team and I have been trying to evaluate how Civica will function to meet the needs of future students, but the narrative keeps changing and new information is continuously introduced. All of these changes were submitted to us prior to March 11th state board meeting, and when we thought Civica was trying to open their doors to students in the fall of 2020. So there was urgency in this evaluation of their application, knowing that Civica wanted to open in less than 10 months. After the State Board of Education meeting where Civica was told to wait until fall 2021 to open, we now have time to figure out all these things. We know that Civica does not need to have these things in place like facilities and transportation during the application process per state statute. But please remember that Civica was the one who submitted and changed multiple times the plans to the administration team and to the DAC and the BOE for review. Because they submitted information in these sections, we had no choice but to evaluate what we received. We have been trying to evaluate a moving target and are criticized by some members of the community and Civica for doing what we have been tasked to do. Our administrative recommendation to you is that we respect the guidance and feedback we have received from the community and Civica. The WeldRE5J school district is in the business of educating all students in this community. We are open to working with a charter school that has a clear plan and can enhance opportunities for students. Unfortunately, we have not been able to understand how this will work for Civica and for WeldRE5J. The Charter School Institute has a depth of knowledge about charter schools that we cannot possibly compete with, and that could guide Civica to open the school on time and in the best possible way for our students. A team of charter school experts will handle this day in and day out and be side by side with Civica. Allowing Civica to become an institute charter was briefly explored with them yesterday. Unfortunately, they have rejected this opportunity, communicating that they weighed the pros and cons and that the cons outweighed the pros. This response is puzzling, particularly since they listed the Charter School Institute as their authorizer in their bylaws, what they submitted to us. They now seem to show disinterest with an organization they have already worked with and seem to hold in high regard. I would encourage you, school board, to find out what barriers are holding Civica back from the offer of moving our district's authority for this charter application to CSI. CSI is able to support and provide specific feedback and has the knowledge to help Civica be as successful as possible. If Civica is truly passionate about opening their charter, why wouldn't they consider that as a path to opening in August of 2021? Also, Civica has already stated multiple times that they will not be using our district for services since they will be paying a for-profit company to do the work that we do for KQA. So it does not make sense on why the Civica team would want to stay as a district charter school. Lastly, I want you to know that our amazing professional administrators will support any decision that you make tonight in regard to this application. We are trying to make decisions based on what is good for the entire WeldRE5J school district, staff, students, parents, and our community. With that being said, we do not have the manpower or extra time to ensure that this charter can be successful with implementation at this time with so many unknowns. My question to Civica is, if we are so difficult as an administration team to work with, why would you have said very publicly many times, why not go to where you would have the support of a charter school institution that specializes in chartering schools? Because the Civica does not believe we are experts in starting a charter school, and we aren't, and we want to be assured that all students are completely taken care of upon entering this school. I would also like to request an investment of additional funds that may need to be used to hire an outside consultant in assisting with this process if your decision is one of approval with conditions. I just wanted you to know this request from your administrative team so that it can be part of your decision as you move forward with this charter school application. I thank you for your service to this community and to every student in the school district. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Arnold. So that'll bring us to our question and answer Q&A format. And so I'll just open this up to the board. You are able to ask questions of both our staff and of members of the Civica team. And I should point out, if a question comes up that if somebody wants to answer the question, again, try to indicate to me either through the chat window or by waving your hands, and I'll call on you and try to get you up on the stand. We don't have a time limit set for this one, so don't feel pressured by the clock. So we'll go ahead and open it up. Well, I guess, oh, Ms. Hall, or Director Hall has a question. Go ahead.
A few questions. One of my first questions is Academica. You guys have told us over and over that you do have a school here in Colorado. As of 5:40 at Mountain Time this afternoon, when I checked their website, there's no Colorado school. Can you tell me, do you have a school in Colorado with Academica or not?
Yes, it's Doral, Colorado. If you Google Doral, Colorado, there's a website.
It's not on the Academica website.
I don't know if I've got to admit, I don't go on our website ever. But we manage Doral Academy of Colorado. It's in the Arvada, Westminster, and Barry is their attorney. If you want to ask him.
President Wales.
Reverend Scott.
Yeah, I have a few questions, and since one of them is probably going to go to Trevor here. Trevor, last time we were here, I asked, and I apologize for not putting this in my written questions. There's been a little bit going on in the universe. But last time we were together, I asked about, because of Academica sliding scale with their fee structure, at what point does this become, kind of like an economically viable venture for you all as far as student population goes? I asked that last time, you didn't have an answer. I'm wondering
I mean, I'll tell you right now, we're year 4 or 5 in with Doral, Colorado, still have never collected a fee. We are a mission-based and very committed to the networks that we serve, including Civica. So there is not a dollar amount that we are committed to receiving from these schools.
Okay, that's interesting. So my understanding from the response that we got on point 36 from you all, when we asked the question about the selection of Academica as the education service provider. So what I'm reading in here is that basically the Civica Education Foundation, which I believe is out of Florida, correct?
Correct.
Is the one that actually selected Academica as the service provider. That's not something that the local school actually has any say in.
No, they absolutely do. A contract would have to go to this board for their approval once their charter is up. Civica has reached out to Academica, who we obviously work with in Coquilla in Florida, and to help with the charter process. But this board absolutely has a say in whether we start with them or they could get rid of us at any time as well.
Okay, I'm just trying to reconcile that because in the guidance we got from you all, 36B, it says Civica Colorado does not select the business service provider used by the Civica Educational Foundation.
When we started, but if they want to continue with us, that vote, they would have a vote on the contract.
Oh, okay. That might have been, okay. I'm trying to understand the structure of everybody involved. And I think that's part of it. Well, I'm just trying to understand the structure. So the Civica Educational Foundation is the nonprofit that in Florida, but has developing a chapter here in Colorado, correct?
Yeah, they contract. It's where they share the accreditations and stuff. That's where it'll fall to that not-for-profit.
Okay. Are there, let me see, find my question here. Does anybody with financial ties to Academica have a part in the leadership or the funding of the Civica Educational Foundation?
No.
Okay. All right, and then I think my other questions are probably more for Carlos.
Hey, real quick, Reverend Scott. Craig, I saw you unmuted. Did you want to add anything to that?
No, sir. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Reverend Scott. I'm sorry.
Sure. So, Carlos, you are actually the founding principal as well of Cohia in Florida, correct?
Correct, sir.
Okay. Were you hired through like what we might like a traditional competitive hiring process?
Yes, I interviewed for my position. That's correct.
Okay. And the city council was the actual original board for Cohia.
Yes, the city council and the mayor is the board chair.
Yeah, and that's still true. The mayor is the board chair.
Yes, sir.
Confused, especially given the timing that we have now. With the additional time that we have with a 2021 start date, why the decision to not follow what Cohia did and obviously successfully, and have a more open competitive process for selecting of the first principal?
So Sheena and Sheena, Ms. McCowett, as we explained, I think we elaborate some on in responses 30. Let me just
33E, I believe it was.
Yeah. So Ms. McCowett has all the credentials necessary to be an administrator. She does have some experience filling in as an administrator in her prior schools. She is a leader in the community as well, an advocate for children. And we feel that Ms. McCowett is the right and the appropriate leader, founding leader to start the Civica Colorado. We also feel that we will surround and provide through the foundation and this leadership development program that I elaborated on some in the PowerPoint, where we will fine tooth her skills and be able to provide her with a plethora of different skills and development needed for her to be a highly effective administrator in your county.
Well, and I should have prefaced my comment, and I apologize for doing this. This is not about anybody personally. It's certainly not about Mrs. McCowett personally, by any means. It's just, why not, go through a process where probably sounds like she'd come out on top anyway, but why not go through a process that allows you to have the confidence and the community to have the confidence that you do in fact have the right person?
Well, we do have the confidence, and we do know that we have the right person, and the board feels that. And you can ask them. I think if this was like a bilateral decision, but I think everyone is not. I think everyone knows and understands that Sheena is the person for this job and for this principalship, And Civica Foundation will make sure, like I said, to give her all the skills that she needs to be the successful leader that she is destined to be in your county.
I would like to add to that. I think that this whole process, I've learned a lot over the last over a year now. And when I got brought on, I was brought on and introduced to this process essentially by Sheena. Sheena, we didn't go find Sheena. Sheena is the founder. This was Sheena's vision. This has been Sheena's vision for 20 years. As long as she's been an educator, this has been something in her back pocket. And if you, I guess I'll just speak on her about her husband. If you speak to her husband in any capacity, this has been her dream and her vision for many years. So this whole process got started because Sheena reached out to Craig. Sheena and Craig have known each other for many years outside of Civica. And it just so happened that Craig was in charter schools and Sheena always had this vision of wanting to start a charter school. So throughout this process, throughout the education that I've had, throughout the training that I've done, throughout the travels that we've had to Cohia, and it is my understanding that as a member of this community, as a member of this founding board, that and as someone who has spoken to other groups trying to start charter schools in other areas, obviously not in Johnstown and Milliken, and one of the hardest parts to this process is finding a principal, finding a leader who is educationally qualified, meaning, she has the degrees required, and someone who has the passion and the drive and the passion, the drive, and the understanding of the environment that you're trying to create here. We talk about this as being a character school. We talk about, the education standards. We talk about all these things and she's the founding person behind all of this. So I feel like throughout this process, I felt like it's been, there's many groups out there, groups of parents that get together, they want to start a charter school. And one of the hardest things for them is to go find a qualified principal to run that charter school. And that can be, and I'm sure Trevor, Craig, Amanda, they may be able to speak more onto that because they've been a part of starting other charter schools. I have not, but from what I've heard and what I've had, the conversations I've had with others throughout this process is that is a difficult piece to the puzzle. And so we feel like, go ahead. Sorry. So I guess that's my, in addition to, and then that's why we talk about, and then in addition to all of that, then you bring in that leadership training that Carlos is talking about and that plan for, I guess, essentially bringing her up to the level that we see that she needs to be at to be the leader of this school. So.
And I appreciate that response. And I appreciate that. And I like the only thing about this is, Ms. McCown, I wish I could make eye contact with you as I'm talking, because I'm looking at you, but you probably think I'm looking at Bob. But it's definitely not a question about the person. It's a question about process. Is what it is. So, and then kind of my last kind of then process question, and I'm not sure who's going to answer this, is in 36D, asked a question about this basically this arm's length, this idea of who, how we're going to keep, with all these different moving parts and all these different constituencies, how we're going to keep people separate. The question was asked about who is kind of, who's going to evaluate the arm's length provision in the governance, who's responsible for making sure that that's being maintained. And I just want to clarify, and what I'm reading in response is the board will maintain that for the board. So they're basically going to be watching themselves, was my summation of that response that I got. Since the board is the one who's going to select it. Additional board
This
members.
is Barry Arrington, and I've got fairly extensive experience with charter schools and management organizations and how they contract. I'm not quite sure I understand the question, because the arm's length relationship is not between the board members, it's between the corporations. You have Civica Colorado that is entering into a management contract with Academica. Now, Academica and Civica Colorado have to be in an arm's length relationship. That means one cannot control the other. and one won't control the other. There will not be even any overlapping board members or any overlapping control. That's why you have all of the board members of Civica Colorado coming from the local organization, and Academica is the national company, and they will come in. I will represent the local entity, Civica Colorado, and we will negotiate that contract. And we do this all the time with education service providers.
Helpful clarification. Thank you.
Reverend Scott, just for your knowledge as well, is that we do go through annually through an independent audit, of which either may be recommended by auditors from your district or an independent audit. And you'll see a lot of those questions that you're asking about arm's length, and if, you know, whether you work for Academic and you work for the school. So there is an auditing process annual, and that audit report will be submitted to the district and to the board as well.
And also one more thing I wanted to add to that just came up for me was, we talked about it in our application, but our principal, Sheena, or if it's anyone else at any point in the future, will go through a thorough evaluation annually by our board. So it won't be just, here's the job, here you go, have it, it's yours, and that's it. We will have very high standards. We will hold our principal to those high standards, and we will have expectations that we will all abide by and go through. So,
Director Hall.
So I'm going to ask it because I know everyone's thinking it. And Carlos, you were saying that you go through audits annually. How did the auditors feel when you guys were the course of a federal investigation into the funds and making profits off of children?
When I said audit, I am not an employee of Academica. I am an employee of COHIA. So COHIA goes through an audit annually. So I'm not sure of what you may talk, but I can pull every single audit that's been submitted to our board, and there have been no findings.
Okay, can anyone speak on Academica's federal investigation into that then?
Well, Ms. Hall, I think what you're referring to is a series of articles in the Miami Herald that spin around the internet with some frequency that are propped up by a couple of organizations that are both anti-charter. To give it some context, Academica is the largest service provider in the country that does what we do. And there's an even larger group of people, mostly anti-charter people, that do everything they can to say bad things about companies that provide services to charter schools, ours and many, many more. And so, you know, there's lots of articles there. There'll be no need for us to go into the depths of each one of them. I know that lots of them contain falsehoods. Lots of them contain exaggerations. Like, for instance, the Department of Education doesn't have an investigatory arm that I'm aware of. There were studies that were taking place, and they studied lots of companies, and lots of companies can always do better. I'm not sure what the findings were in that study, but there's always room for growth. I'm not sure if there was any room for growth in academic schools in that situation. One thing to understand is that Academica started in charter schools at the very birth of the charter school movement. Back when there were no federal charter school programs and there were no bonding corporations that dealt only with charter schools. And so in order to get facilities financing, they had to finance them themselves. When I was involved in another school, folks put up their homes to finance the school. So there was lots of different avenues to get financing for charter school buildings when there were none available in the larger corporate setting. And so there's lots of information in those Miami Herald articles, and then they reprinted them all again years later, which I've never seen a paper do. Reprinted the whole series over, called Cashing In on Kids. We see those all the time, and I suppose if there were any real substance to those outside of the slander that they are, you wouldn't see Academica sitting here today. But in fact, we have 20-something blue ribbon schools, 200 school contracts, and 100,000 kids that get excellent educations in schools that we help out with. Academica makes money in the same way Miss Reister makes money. She doesn't work for the school district. You hire that person to do a job for the school district. Civica will hire Academica to do a job. Academica makes money. The firm that Miss Reister works for makes money. The school district hires out lots of things. I think your director of facilities is an employee of Sodexo. And so there are these arrangements in public education, and usually they're made because the schools find that the most efficient way to spend that money and to get that service is to buy that service through a private company. And in this case, you have nonprofit organizations attached to nonprofit organizations that hire outside help. And in this case, we're the back office business provider for the school.
I heard your superintendent tonight suggest to the board that you hire a consultant. I expect that consultant will be making money, and I don't think anyone's going to accuse him of making money on the backs of kids because he's hired by a public entity.
That would be true.
And,
He also wouldn't be charged and be sentenced to at least a year in prison for not filing taxes and evading federal laws.
Ma'am, I'm
not aware of anyone serving any prison time or anything like that. I honestly, I read the same articles when I first got involved with our Academica. I started off as a board member of a school that started just like Civica from the big ground up. And I read the same articles, asked all the same questions. I'm not aware of anybody going to prison or anything like that. I can also tell you, since I've been involved in the last 10 years, from my side, the schools that I work with, that outside of the very first two schools, which, as Craig said, needed financing, Academica has not been involved in the financing of anything, which will be true for Civica as well. It will be with third parties, and even the two that were done with Academica, we got 3 appraisals with the purchase option. And so it was very at arm's length. There were many attorneys, many people involved. And so it was very, very transparent, the whole process. So as far as I've been involved, I have not ever seen anything like that. I've only seen things like Doral, Colorado not paying a fee, us committing even last night to another school where funding is going down to our ability to help them out going through this downturn. We made that commitment to a board last night, and as I said, we are a mission-driven company, and we will continue to be that, or I believe.
I think that's great. I just want to know how Academica is able to sustain and handle accusations like this.
Hey, real quick, I'm gonna jump in real quick, and because I'm gonna allow everybody the opportunity to talk. I'm not gonna stop anybody from talking, but as these questions are coming, if you do want to respond to them, again, I just ask that you indicate, so we don't turn into what I just did to Miss Director Hall, is interrupting her. So if you guys could just give me the indication that you want to talk, and I'm not gonna stop anybody from talking, but I just don't want it to turn into a big back and forth and having things get out of control. So Director Hall, if you had another question, go ahead.
I just want to know how Civica is protecting themselves from further investigations like this, and how we can be sure that everything is going to be on the up and up here in Colorado.
Well, Mr. Wills, Ms. Hall, you're reading, it looks like, as we're talking here, directly from newspaper articles. So, I mean, you have to decide what weight you want to give that. So outstanding. What I will say is that we have relationships in Colorado. We have many relationships across the country. Your due diligence should include, after we get authorization, to check into whatever you feel is best. In the end, this is a contract between your local school and entities that contract with Academica, and it's their responsibility through their attorney and through the due diligence process to answer those questions. Academica is a strong organization. It's a moral organization. You can read those articles and assume of it the worst and convince yourself of it. But I believe the people that you've met with Academica and all of the people on the screen here associated with Civica have visited those schools that Academica services, many of them. And all the questions were asked about Academica and how that works. And there's financial audits, independent audits available for all of the schools. So it would just be a matter for you to decide what is your threshold of in decision making. What is your personal level of comfort, and what do you need to understand? But I hope you would read more than just those books. Academica is a solid company, and we have solid schools behind us, and we'll be happy to talk about that.
Director Sassano, I could see you making the move.
Yeah. I've got a couple of questions, kind of in a bunch of different veins, so I don't know who would want to address this first, but in the district's questions that they asked you guys, you mentioned in your response that you have 105 current RE5J students that have filed an intent to enroll, and I think 130 or 135, which would I guess include 30 or so kids that are coming from outside the district, potentially. Can you tell me what is an intent to enroll? What does that look like? But I don't know who to address that to, but what is involved in that? Mr. Alvarez?
So an intent to enroll form is when you are going through the charter school application, is you will do a slew of community outreach activities to share information about the vision and the mission of the school with parents, students, and other community leaders, other stakeholders. And an intent to enroll is basically, if the school were to open, would you be interested in attending? So an intent to enroll, so those intent to enrolls doesn't guarantee enrollment. It's just telling the board that X amount of students have an intention to enroll, and it's a non-binding form that's filled out. So it's basically saying like, yeah, I'm interested if the school open in attending or possibly attending.
Okay, so where do we get to? We got 105 current RE5J students with an intent to enroll. And I think you've based your budgets and your some of the other information you provided to us on you base those numbers with those intent to enrolls. So how do we guarantee, and I realize guarantees are difficult, there's lots of questions still out there, but how do we guarantee that those 105 kids that are currently in our district and 30 that aren't in our district are going to show up day one? What's that process look like? How do we make sure that happens?
This is Barry Arrington, and I know the answer to that question because this is how it's done all the time. Every single startup of every single district in the state addresses this issue, and it's a good issue. It's an excellent question, because as Carlos just indicated, it is not a guarantee that someone who signs an intent to enroll is going to, one, get the seat, or two, that they have to take the seat. And so what do districts do with that? And so your superintendent says, we don't want to deal with enrollment contract gates. Well, this is how it's always done. It's always done with contract gate. You negotiate a contract with the school and says, all right, you have all these intent to enrolls now you actually have to go out and enroll them. And when you get, if you don't have X number of students enrolled by, and I'm just picking a date out of the air, June of 2021, you don't get open. If you do get to,
and that's what I'm confused about. Are we basing it only on that intent to enroll, or is there something more that a student or a parent has to do to get their child registered, I guess?
That's a good question. And the way it's done in other districts, I assume you guys have something like Infinite Campus, or what is the district's enrollment tool? Is it Infinite Campus?
I believe so. Ms. Arnold probably addressed that.
And so that's what happens. So the last time I did this was in Cherry Creek, where Colorado Skies Academy was doing a startup, and the Cherry Creek School Board said you had to have X number of students enrolled in our Infinite campus. In other words, we have to vet them, make sure that they're eligible to enroll, and they're in the district's enrollment tool for your school. So your school gets a number in the district's Infinite campus, basically, and you actually enroll them. I mean, at that point, enrollment means enrolled, and they've chosen the school.
Mr. Alvarez.
So then, and Mr. Sassano, then the next transition, as Barry was mentioning, is transitioning from intent, to enrolling. And I'll let Ms. Galindo just briefly speak about then what does that look like for us as our marketing campaigns begin in promoting our school, and what kind of activities and events will you see in the communities of Johnstown and Milliken?
Sure. So, of course, if someone expressed a letter of intent to enroll, we would be able to communicate with them about any updates about the school getting approved or anything moving forward. But our intention would be to have a comprehensive marketing plan for the community to ensure that it would be kind of a fair opportunity for everyone to have the chance to enroll. So that would be a series of social media marketing, online marketing, community events. We would make sure to send postcards to a certain mile radius so that everyone is aware if they don't have internet access. So there's a very long list of marketing, and I'm happy to go into more detail if needed, but we would be sure to give a fair opportunity to everyone to have the opportunity to enroll for open enrollment.
Okay, I think that answers my question. I don't think we need to hear all the marketing pieces today. I'd be curious to see eventually sometime what those look like. But I guess what I'm getting at is that 105 that you submitted back to the district in their questions is probably a little overinflated, because you got 105 interested. You're going to end up with 50 that actually, respond to your invitation, and a smaller number that actually show up day one. So I just want to put that out there, that the intent to enroll doesn't guarantee anything. And I think we're kind of overinflating our numbers a little bit at this point. I understand we've got time to get there, and I'm glad that we do. But I do think those are probably a little overinflated at the moment. Mr. Horton.
Just to say that it's fairly standard practice for an authorizer to ask for 75% or so of your opening enrollment. And we understand that on our side of it, we really want to have 110, 115% by the time we start with pulling enrollments into the picture, because you're exactly right. It's not overinflated. It's not overstated on our part. Those are enrollments, but we can assume that not every one of those transfers to a seat. And that's our goal, is to fill the seats. So we're right with you. We'll increase our marketing campaign. We'll get the word out. Having an approved charter school is a lot different than having a conceptual charter school. So we'll work hard to get those numbers up. But we have very little doubt, based on the fact that today we have 96% of our enrollment met with intents. That's a good high number. And so I expect that by the time we pull enrollments next year at this time, that number will be 110, 115, 20%, and we'll fill the seats.
May I say something? Just to echo what Craig just said, just in 4 school openings that we have coming for this fall, just this past few weeks, we've been at 100 to 125% for 4 schools that are opening just this year. So just to kind of give you some statistics off of Craig's input.
Are those schools in similarly situated districts? We're a relatively small district that already has a charter school that's done very well and has a pretty significant waiting list. I know you guys have used that as evidence of support, but are those districts similarly situated?
A few are. We have one school in Twin Falls, Idaho, another in Meridian in Idaho. Those are both opening this fall. And, you know, we really thought that it would be a little bit harder to fill those with smaller communities like yourself, and they haven't been. And we've had great success with those. We also have one opening in Northern Nevada with additional challenges, having to meet, you know, a high FRL percentage with the building located in not a financially compromised area. So we had additional challenges, and even off of that, this week we've exceeded the goal. So it's definitely something we are confident in handling and building a marketing strategy that would support that.
Thank you. So that kind of leads me into some financial questions that I think are important for us to address and for the community to hear. So I think I'll address this one probably to Ms. Samborski. So right now our average funding is in the neighborhood of $8,000 per pupil. If Civica hits their first year estimate of about 135 students or so, we're looking at a little over $1 million that goes to Civica and doesn't come to the district schools. I realize it's still in the district. I don't want to argue about where the money is, but it's a hit to our budget that we need to be prepared for. Especially if those students, the majority of them are coming from inside the district, the 105 or so that are coming from inside the district. So is there a plan, Ms. Samborski, for how we would deal with that reduction in funding right now?
Well, we have a year to figure that out since they're not opening until next year. But normally the money would follow the students. So we would assume there'd be smaller, the class size, the teachers would have to go with the students. So we would lose teachers and probably maybe a couple paraprofessionals.
Okay. So I guess for the board, especially, that would be something to be thinking about, as well as how we would intend to deal with that budget shortfall that would present itself if the school actually opens at their projected rates. Ms. Arnold, do you have an answer for that as well?
Yes, we figured that it would be 14 full-time equivalent teachers that we would have to do a reduction in with our with the budget impact.
Okay. I assume that some of those teachers might be able to move over to Civica and teach there if they were interested in that. But a similar question, and I'm sorry, I'm looking at my other screen to make sure I have my question. So I thought I saw a hand up, but we can address it in a second. If we're having to replace staff because they've moved over to Civica, is there a cost associated with that? Have we thought about how we would handle both the HR considerations and the cost considerations for replacing staff if they're moving over to teach at Civica? Yeah, Ms. Arnold.
We haven't calculated that out yet as far as what training and so forth, because we're not quite certain of, I think it's just 6th, 7th, and 8th grade possibly or maybe 9th grade, up to 9th grade starting in the fall, the next fall. So we would have to look at, it would especially hit our middle school, but just look at the staff members there and see what we needed to do.
Okay. And then along those same lines, the Civica application referenced using district buses and food services. I know there's still questions about that we can address through a contract if we need to. But does the district expect to need to hire staff to manage either transportation or food service needs for Civica? Yeah, Ms. Arnold.
Yes, we, in talking to our director of transportation, he had mentioned that we would possibly need to hire 3 to 4 additional people on the bus drivers, but we are already 3 people down right now in driving buses. So we're at a deficit right now, but to handle this, which was one of the questions yesterday that I had for Civica, is if their calendar was going to be on the same calendar as ours, trying to figure out if we were going to need more, but we were kept being interrupted and saying that these things can all be worked out in contract and so forth, and not being able to really get, I did get an answer to the calendar, but not answers to my other questions in order to calculate this.
Okay. Yeah, Mr. Alvarez.
So one thing that we do have in our contract, and one thing that I also did read in the application, not in the contract, but I read it within our questions, is that we can negotiate that administrative fee to help compensate for the services that you will be providing. Typically, what you'll see with charter schools is a 5% administrative fee to offset cost of services that are provided to Civica. And again, that would be something that, and I can give you some examples of like what our 5% administrative fees goes to our district, and that would be for ESC services, a psychologist. It goes to speech therapist, occupational therapist. So if in the event that, and again, the transportation piece or other components, we would request or try to work with the district in seeking those services. That administrative fee can be adjusted to offset the cost. And like Ms. Arnold said, typically all our schools follow and adopt the same calendar that their school district has adopted by the school board.
Okay, thank you. And I realize a lot of these questions will be worked out in, or could be worked out in negotiations through a contract. I don't think that last time we met, these questions came up because we just weren't prepared for the financial impact that the school could bring. And things have changed quite a bit financially for the district with the current crisis, with our situation with our current buildings. So I just want to make sure that we're all aware of the financial impact that the school could bring, and that we make sure we're dealing with that in negotiations if that's what it comes to. I do have a couple more questions, and then I'll put myself back on mute for a little while. And I don't know exactly who to address this one to either. I think Sheena might be the best one to address this one, but did Civica ever approach KQA, our current Charter Knowledge Quest Academy, as a way to complement their K6 or K8, excuse me, right now? And you guys want to be 6 through 12. I'm just wondering if KQA, or if you guys ever approach KQA as a way to extend their service and kind of tag onto their current charter as opposed to starting a new school. Is that ever considered in any way?
I can speak a little bit on that. We did go talk to KQA. We did have a conversation early on with them, just really to find out, just, if you will, to pick their brain, just get to know them and kind of see what that was. It is our understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, Craig, but they are contracted for only up to 8th grade. That's their K through 8th school, and they're capped at 410 students. And so they're essentially, if you will, a separate entity. Sheena, Craig, do you have any more to add to that?
I would just, yeah, I'm sure Sheena would be great. I would just say that we have a model coming in, and KQA has a model of their own. And I don't think that Mr. Alvarez, I'll speak for him, isn't interested in retooling Civica. He has a good model, Cohea Works, and he wants to build Cohea. Civica models, when he replicates, trying to blend two models that are not the same would be difficult. And they already have a middle school, so we're bringing a middle school in. I don't think that's the vision of Cohea or Civica, Colorado. Sheena?
Yeah, just
let me, Sheena, hold on 1 second, please, if I could.
Okay.
I guess my question is, you guys went and found Civica in one way or another. And Cohea does a great job. I want to put that on the record. I think Cohea is a wonderful school. Their outcomes were great. And I can see why they're appealing to you all. And would be for our district as well. I guess prior to having found Civica, I guess is my question, did you guys approach KQA? It's my understanding that we could modify their contract if that had been something that we wanted to do and you all wanted to do. I'm just wondering if that was ever considered.
So when we were in the development stages of this, we were developing our college and career academy model. We did meet with KQA. We're very complementary to each other. But as we were going down the path, that's where we went to Cohia, and we know that Civica is the model that we want to adopt, but we are very complementary to each other, and we have had those conversations just about supporting each other and being another option, but expanding their
But there really wasn't a
contract.
conversation about extending their service to include a high school.
That wasn't a discussion we had.
Okay. And then along those same lines, you guys have only applied in our district. Is that true? You haven't gone to Greeley or Thompson or St. Vrain or any other district? This is where only district you've applied in?
This is very, the statute provides that we can only apply in your district if the majority of the kids are going to live in this district. You can't just apply to any district. The majority of your kids have to live in the district that you apply in.
Okay. I think I've only got two more questions, kind of both around policy. In the response to the district, the questions that you guys responded to, well, the district, I guess, asked about policy GBEB, which references weapons in schools, and whether or not you guys had or would request a waiver of that policy. And in the answer to the district, you guys refused to discuss that at all. I'm just curious, do you intend to request waiver of that policy? And if so, why have you not already requested a waiver of that policy? What's the thinking behind that, that question?
Can I respond to that one?
Of course.
Okay, I'm having such a delay here. So that's something that we will discuss further down the road as a board. And I think that must have come off wrong in that response. That was just saying it's not something we would be discussing with the public. As soon as we make those decisions, when you're our authorizer, we would be informing you of that, but we would be filing that waiver at a later time. We have not filed a waiver. That's not a discussion we have brought in front of us. We've been focusing on this application process, but as our authorizer, you would be very well informed of that and what our decisions, and we were just saying we wouldn't be informing the public. Like if we did have armed staff, we wouldn't be telling them who was armed or, so I think that's what we meant with that. As we go down that road, you would know.
We as the authorizer and you as the board would know. I think it's very important for the public to know if you intend to allow armed staff in your buildings or building. As a parent with a kid, that would be a decision maker for me. If you were intending to allow armed staff in the building, that would be a problem for me as a parent. So I think it's very important that if you're going to waive that policy or ask for a waiver to that policy, that you let your families and the public know that beforehand.
The public would know about the policy. They wouldn't know what specific teachers were armed.
Yeah, but what you said was that you wouldn't inform the public about the policy. So I
We
just
would
want to make sure
inform
that
the public, our parents and everyone would know if we had armed staff. We would follow the guidelines of the other 35 districts in the state that do have armed staff. So we would address that down the road, but for sure we would respect that.
So do you intend to waive that policy or ask for a waiver to that policy?
We have to decide that as a board.
When you decide that, will you let the public know?
Yes.
More than just the folks that have signed an intent to enroll?
Barry, do you want to talk about that a little more?
So
we would follow the guidelines on that.
I'd rather hear from the local team whether or not this is something you intend to ask for a waiver on.
I guess to piggyback off of what Sheena's saying, if we at any time in the future discuss this topic and we decide we wanted the waiver, we would then go to the authorizer, which would be the district. We would discuss that. Absolutely, the parents, the community, it would be very well known. Yes, people would know, the community would know that specifically if that was something we chose to go into in the future, they would know that there was armed staff there. What she's saying on people not knowing is it would never be broadcasted or it would not be known who was armed. But yes, it would be publicly known by the community, not just the intent to enroll, but by the community that there was armed staff at that school. That has not been a decision that we have made nor really even talked about. It is, I mean, that's not something that's on our radar right now.
Okay, and I can respect that. What it sounds like in those questions and the answers to those questions is that you intend to ask for a waiver and you haven't yet, and you're trying to be a little bit subversive about that in the policy.
We have
So
not.
I would just encourage you all to make sure that is well known when and if you make that decision, that it is well known to the public, because I do think it will be a game changer and a deal breaker for many
Absolutely.
of our residents. So thank you
Absolutely.
for addressing.
Yes, absolutely.
I do have just one other question, and then I think I will have addressed all of mine. In Ms. Arnold's comments, she talked a lot about the Charter School Institute, and that we kind of made that overture to you all to apply through them instead of applying through the district. I'll talk more about this later in our comments, I think, but I think that might be your best option, is to go through the Charter School Institute. So I'm just wondering, it sounds like in her comments that you all have said you don't want to go through the Charter School Institute, that you weighed the pros and the cons, and the cons outweighed the pros for you. I'm just curious if one of you would address what those pros and cons were, and why you feel like the Charter School Institute would not be a good fit for you all.
I'll be happy to answer some of that question. The Charter School Institute's a great authorizer. They're certainly made for the purpose of authorizing charter schools, so there's much less hostility and animosity than you have with some authorizers. All the people there work toward the goal of making charter schools successful. So you go in knowing that piece. It's great, but really all school districts should have that same attitude. When you have authorized charter schools, school districts should work as hard as they can to try to make those students in those schools as successful as any other students. And so while it is attractive that way, really having charter schools gives districts the opportunity to provide great services to all students. What your offer suggests to us is an entirely new application process. That's kind of hard. Charters aren't easy to write. The CSI charter application process, I've written one, and it's been approved, and they're very, very difficult, as is this process, very, very difficult. And we, weighing that as a con for us, we put together a strong charter school application in a good school district. Additionally, the amount of money you get per pupil funding in the Charter School Institute is lower by a substantial amount. And so when you look at funding, giving kids in this community the education that they deserve, they should also have equal funding to the kids that sit in the seats in the school just down the road. And so what you prescribe for students that go to the school in your school district that are authorized by CSI is lower funding and not the same opportunity that the kids across the street in a traditional public school authorized by WeldRE5J get. And so on balance, it's not a fair deal. It's not a square deal for any of the students in the school, which is why we're here. It may be a good deal for us. There may be less animosity and less of this, but it's not a good deal for the kids that really we're all here for. So on that measure alone, we don't have interest in making that our primary authorizer.
One more thing that we had to discuss too is we would have to hand over our grant. That's $1 million in this district, and we would hate to have to hand that back. The state board, that was a really big point they made. They wanted to make sure that we got this approved, so we didn't have to hand that grant over. And we've come a really far, and we would not want to restart an application process.
Director Hall. I don't think we can hear you, Sarah.
I think we might be back now. I was blocked. Sarah, it looks like you're on block too. So
we can hear her now.
When you talk about that grant and what the Colorado Board of Education recommended, have you guys reached out to the CDE about the deadlines for that grant amid the COVID outbreak and pandemic?
Yes, ma'am. We've been in touch with CDE. As Bill Cottonsteady said at the state board meeting that you attended, they were flexible on the date. What we're waiting for to get that grant executed is a contract with the school district. And so we'd need to have today's charter approval and then negotiate our contract and have a signed contract before the funds can be released. Mr. Cotton said, he said, really an end date for that would be June, early June. But he indicated, as he does, that they have some flexibility there. So if contract negotiations took a bit longer, but they looked like they were going well, I'm confident we would have some more time. But yes, June, the month of June would probably be the cutoff date for that, which is plenty of time for us to get a charter approval and a contract negotiated.
Hey, Craig, real quick, I think what Director Hall was actually referring to is, I mean, have you guys talked to them since the meeting at the Department of Education? Just because it is a very different world today than it was that day. And I know, I mean, if you listened to the earlier parts of our meeting or attended our last meeting, basically like everything that has been education in Colorado is getting thrown out the door right now. And we're curious, are they going to allow even more flexibility because of the pandemic for you guys on that grant? Have you guys talked to them at all about that?
I haven't talked to them about COVID. We've talked to them about the grant as it has the questions that have already come up. So if they've made some other policy changes, I'm not aware of any. Trevor?
Sorry. The CSP grant it comes from federal money. All the money that I've dealt with, state grants and different things in all the states that I'm associated with, you definitely have been really cut off, but nothing in federal money has been reduced at this point. So I don't suspect that there is any change to that at this point. I don't have any reason to believe.
So just to clarify, you haven't reached out to the CDE since the COVID outbreak?
You're muted, Craig.
Oh, sorry. We've talked to CDE about the grants and the timelines, about their flexibility. I have not had a discussion with CDE. I don't think Sheena's discussion included COVID itself. But yeah, like Trevor said, these funds have not been yet obstructed by the outbreak.
I think the question is, have you talked to them after the outbreak? And the answer is yes, you have talked to them after the outbreak, even though it's not about the outbreak.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Right. I think, yeah, maybe I should just kind of restate the question. I think the question we're asking is, have you talked to them have you talked to CSP or about the CSP grant regarding how everything has changed in the last 30 days as far as COVID being a contributor here? I mean, school boards are having to meet virtually, schools are closed, legislatures are being delayed. Are they giving you any indication that there could be an extension to some of these timeframes that they gave you prior to the outbreak because of the outbreak?
I think at the end of the day, having being approved and getting a charter has to happen even if there was some sort of an extension. So that's the first step.
So this is very, our understanding is we have till June to have a contract in place. And if we have a contract in place by June, that grant money will flow. That's from a conversation after COVID outbreak. And those funds, as Trevor indicated, are federal funds. And no one thinks that those are going to be reduced. I mean, we just had a $2 trillion stimulus package. A lot of that goes to education.
So again, the question wasn't about whether the grant money was going to be reduced. The question is,
I understand your question. No, we have not communicated if there's a change in timelines. We are still under the assumption that June is.
okay, thank you. Peggy, you've been unmuted this entire time. Do you have questions? Have I overlooked you this whole time?
I do have probably a comment, not so much a, and I would be interested to hear if there are any comments back from what my comment is. I am very disappointed from the public comment that we received mostly today. Some anger, some angst against the school board for the process that we have gone through. And in my opinion, we have been fair, and all we were asking is that you clarify some of the points that that Civica clarify some of the points that were brought up as concerns from our professional folks, our administration, and from our original hearing. One of my comments was, I believe that Civica is in our future, but certainly someone has given information out there to the public that is making us look like we were difficult to work with, and that we were requiring too much. And my comment is that these are our kids, and it makes me happy when I hear Civica make comments about these are our kids. We're looking at what's best for each child that is in this district, and that we perhaps expected you to dot the i's and cross the t's in this application process, so that we know that you will take as good a care of these kids as we will. I'm just really disappointed in the negativity that's come across in the comments made specifically about us tonight, to the point of even having threats that if we don't approve your request for a charter, people will not vote for our bond. And I feel like Civica has been supportive of us through the bond and MLO process. And I'm just kind of wondering where this negativity has come from. And if you feel like us requiring you to meet the specifics of doing what is best for every kid in this district, did we overwhelm you? Was it too, where did we go wrong in asking you to dot the i's and cross the t's?
Peggy, can I speak on that a little bit?
Please.
So first I want to say, I've not had a chance to read any of these letters, as they just came available right before we got started, and we've been busy talking amongst ourselves and with you. I haven't had a chance to read. So I don't know what was said, and I haven't read them, other than the few that we had, that we personal people we reached out to, and we asked them, and they sent us some of those letters that we quoted earlier in our presentation. I did see a couple. The negativity, I guess, I can honestly say from our perspective, our number one goal, our number one mission throughout this process has been to stay professional, stay positive, all of those things. We have been professional throughout this entire process we feel with the school board and with the administration and with all of our communications back and forth. As far as the negativity, I think that everyone out there is entitled to their opinion, and unfortunately, we can't control those things. We can't control what people say, and we can't tell them what to say or what not to say. The majority of our interactions and the majority of our documents back and forth and all of that stuff has been public record. So, I mean, if people are out reviewing it or following or all of that, everyone is going to interpret everything differently. And so as far as the public comment, I guess I would say I apologize that you feel offended, or I haven't read but just a couple of the ones that we've got sent to us, but the majority of what's on there, there's a lot on there. I was impressed with how many were there, but we reached out to our supporters and we asked them through an email over the weekend to submit to you guys a letter of their support. But as far as what was said and how it was said, unfortunately, we didn't have control over that. So I apologize if you feel offended, or if it came across as negative, because that's never, I mean, I can speak for myself and I can speak for our board. That's never been our intention whatsoever, because that's one of our things from day one has always been to stay positive, stay professional throughout the entire process. So.
This is Barry Arrington. There's one thing that happened tonight that I think kind of feeds into this. Your superintendent today that this is not a school for everyone. Well, that's nonsense. We never said that. Every school child in this district is welcome to come to this school, and yet she comes to the board and says, "We said not all kids are welcome in this school." Well, that can't be unaddressed. That cannot be unchallenged. We never said that, and I want that to be on the record tonight.
Miss Arnold, and yeah, I'll let you respond to that, because I'm gonna go into my, well, real quick. How many other board members do we have questions still? Sarah does. Okay, because I want to lead into mine, but that was going to be one of my questions for you, Miss Arnold. So let me have Miss Arnold respond to that.
Thank you, President Wales, and I'll let you go into your question, but what Mr. Arrington said is absolutely false. That was said yesterday in a meeting that we attended, and he was part of that meeting as well. So I'd let you go into your questions now.
Okay, Director Hall, you had
The record will stand. I never said that. I'm sorry.
Okay. Go ahead, Director Hall.
For the local board, in reading notes from the meeting yesterday, it was said, there was a statement made about it's okay if the document is incorrect. And I'm not okay with that, because documents or this charter is a contract. A contract is what is upheld in court. And so if that information in that contract is not true, or if it's incorrect, that makes a huge difference to me. In a court case, a contract can be thrown out, or it can be withheld or upheld by the court system if the information in it is correct or not.
President Wales, can I address this real quick?
I'm not done yet.
Oh, okay.
And so my concern is this document that we're supposed to not look to be correct or incorrect is your founding charter. This is what your school is going to be known for. And I want to know if the local board agrees with the statement of this founding charter, this most important document of the history of your school, is okay with incorrect information.
Can I give a little background, President Wales?
Yes, please.
Okay, so yesterday when we were having our discussions, we went into the topic of special education. So when a special education child comes to Civica, we have to review their IEP. If they're a student who has significant needs and we cannot provide FAPE, like they would need to be in the significant needs program, we will not have the significant needs program. So if we couldn't provide the right programming, we couldn't deny them FAPE and allow them to come into our school. That's IDEA. That is out of our hands. That was the only conversation that was had that related to that.
Real quick, Ms. McCat, can you, for the public's benefit, could you explain FAPE and
Sure.
use
So
the other?
As a public school, we
I
have
mean,
the
well,
right.
I mean, not really explain it, but you
Sure.
don't use the acronym.
Oh, sure. We have to provide for every child a free and appropriate public education. That's our obligation. So when the student comes in and we review their special education IEP, we have an obligation to make sure that our program can provide FAPE for them. So if a child comes in who has significant needs, that significant needs programming would still have to happen at their home school. So I hope everyone understands that we are a public school. We have guidelines we have to follow. And that was the only time that was mentioned yesterday. With Mrs. Hall, when you're talking about that, the conversation yesterday had one point where the language had said, when a child comes in and has an IEP, we would assess the IEP. And after discussion, it was determined that maybe the word review the IEP would be better. And so maybe just that word would need to go and be changed. And so we hope you understand that we weren't talking about changing the contract or denying students. So hopefully that helps a little bit.
I just want to make sure that, again, as the founding document for your school, I would want it to be for you guys. So if someone in history doesn't come back and say, look at these mistakes, I would want it to be mistake-free.
And Barry, do we have time to change that language when we're negotiating the contract? So we're fine with the word assess an IEP. If that's confusing and the word reviewed needed to be changed, we were just saying we're not changing anything foundationally. But if there's one word mistake or something like that, Barry, is that something that we could change in the?
If I may, I would just quibble a little bit with the presupposition of the question. The charter application is not a contract. The contract is written by your lawyer, and I've already talked to your lawyer about what contract would be provided, and it's their standard charter contract that they use. I've seen it many times. And I'll tell you what their standard charter contract says with respect to the issue that we're talking about, that any child who comes in will be evaluated if that child has an IEP or a 504, and the IEP or 504 team will make a determination about whether Civica is an appropriate placement in order to provide a FAPE. Now keep in mind that the contract that your lawyer is going to say is not going to say that Civica gets to make a unilateral determination to turn that child away. The district's the LEA, the local education agency, and it will be every child. The district will have the input, and most contracts say the final say about whether that child can be provided a FAPE at Civica. So for someone to make the implication that Civica has said that we will unilaterally turn away special education kids, that's just nonsense. Your own lawyer's contract will prevent that from happening.
And Sarah, I guess what I'm hearing you ask is that I wasn't in the meeting yesterday. I wasn't allowed to be in it, and I've not seen any notes from it. So I don't know exactly what you're speaking to. Can you repeat to me the piece that you said that was in the notes about the language will be what?
We are to ignore any incorrect language in the documents.
So as it relates to what you're asking that specifically, what I would say is this. In the application, is there a word here, a word there? We've discussed this that is not politically correct, not politically correct, but I don't know what the words I'm looking for. The correct word in like what Barry just described. You know, he said a different word than what our application says than what Sheena said. There's different words that mean the same thing and get to the same thing. But at the end of the day, yes, our founding board is going to all be in agreement on what it is that we are all about, what our baseline is and what our school is all about, so that years down the road, when people come back, they know exactly what that is. But at the end of the day, that's what the contract will be. We will all, when we enter into a contract together, Civica board and WeldRE5J board, we will all be in agreement on what that contract looks like. And that contract is what we will ultimately abide by. So as far as to quote, that we will ignore, no, we will not ignore what the application is about. But as far as that specific, I can't speak on that because I wasn't in the meeting. So I don't know exactly how it was used or why. But at the end of the day, whatever contract we go into as a whole, we will all be in agreement on. And that is what we will abide by.
Hey, real quick, I believe our attorney is asking for an opportunity to speak. Adele, if that's accurate. It looks like you're muted.
Yeah, I'm muted.
There you go.
Yes, I think we're getting into some nitpicking things from yesterday's small group meeting. That was a particular small group meeting. The word assess does have a specific meaning in the special education world, but I don't think that's where Sarah's question was going. I think hers was more on the document and the application review piece. And so I just wanted to make sure we got brought back to the to the application review piece, not the contract piece.
Okay.
And that's correct.
All right. So my friend, am I up for a question?
Can I make one more comment, Michael, before I just want to, sorry, I just want to thank Stephanie for her comments, and I would ask Civica to dispel the negativity as much as possible for what came through the comments. I think you'll see it when you have an opportunity to read those, and however things work out, the better we work together, the better we are.
Okay. So I'm gonna throw a quick question because we're talking about special ed. I want to throw a question back to our staff. Miss Perez has been sitting there so quietly this evening. Janelle, so we provide special ed services to KQA right now, and it seems like that's a pretty solid relationship that we have going. Them from a special ed standpoint, and for the benefit of our viewing audience, Janelle Perez is our special education coordinator for the district. What concerns and questions did you have in reviewing the application and the responses from the applicant?
So thank you for the opportunity. It's been touched on a little bit tonight. When I was asking specific questions about their wording yesterday, it was mentioned that I shouldn't worry about certain words, and that I shouldn't pay attention to how they use certain language. So I've struggled with understanding what special education services would look like at Civica. And so the questions I submitted and we tried to discuss yesterday, I didn't get the opportunity to get through all of my questions because there was some adversity to what I was saying and what I was trying to understand. So I just want to be clear about that I don't feel I can give you a clear understanding of special education services. An example is in their application, and I believe that's what we're talking about is their application. It says in there, prior to referral for students suspected of having a disability, school personnel must make one of the following determinations and include appropriate documentation in the student's CUME folder. And if you have an understanding of how special education works, that would not be an appropriate thing we would ask staff members to document prior to making a referral to special education. The law is really clear that if you suspect a disability, you move forward with that. So it's things like that in statements that are made that I don't have a clear understanding of what special education would look like at Civica. And that's one of the things that I have struggled with when I read their special education procedures and applications. I don't think they consider all disabilities. And so it was said yesterday that students that are on extended evidence outcomes or EEOs would not be allowed to attend their charter. So when they say all students, I'm not sure that's what they mean. They mean all students that don't have significant challenges to provide an education for.
Okay. Thank you for that. I'm gonna shift gears. And I want to talk about the facility. Who's Craig? It seemed like that was kind of what you were covering in the opening. So I'll direct these to you unless somebody else is capable. Actually, dang it, and I apologize. I did have another question on special ed. And let me do that real quick. And this is probably to Sheena. So in the responses that we got back from you guys on question number 11, you guys talked about having a full-time special education coordinator. And this is just kind of a weird thing, but you actually use the pronoun. Well, the sentence reads, the modest caseload for our SPED teacher will allow her the time needed to establish the school special education services. It just kind of struck me odd that you use the pronoun her. Has somebody already been hired for this position? Or is that
No,
just, okay?
no.
Because here's what I'm driving at, and as I start talking, you're going to say, oh, that's exactly what he's driving at. Knowing, Sheena, that you have this special education background, I want to make sure that that's not something else you're taking on in addition to that principal role at the school.
No, not at all.
Okay.
It should have just said he or she.
Okay. I thought as much, but I just felt like I needed to ask that one to clarify. So Craig, I'll come back to you on this education. So what is, I mean, we come back tonight and it's approval with conditions. What does the timeline look like for you guys on construction of this building in Melican?
My colleague Trevor has put together, I think, 26 buildings in his 10 years here. So if you don't mind, I'll defer to him. I know that we've already started. We are well into understanding what the scope of entitlements is, transfer of ownership, how civil will begin. But I think Trevor has the kind of broader view, if you don't mind him answering.
Okay, and really, I don't want to go. I don't need a whole lot of detail, even for the sake of poor Carlos, man. That guy's falling asleep over there. I don't want to drag this out too late. But I mean, you guys would be ready to move forward. Essentially, is the
Yes,
question.
and we've actually had conversations as last week, I believe. Days are hard to keep track now, but since
I know,
but I believe it was last week that we met. We would begin the process almost immediately. We have already kind of started a little bit of conceptual work and what it would look like. So we're not even starting from zero. We're not very far, obviously. But we would begin immediately.
Okay, and so jumping back, Craig, you mentioned modulars, and you said, I think you said 6 months. Was that you guys are estimating that you would actually have class in the modulars for 6 months, or you could have modulars on the site within 6 months? That's where I kind of got confused on that.
Yes, sir, I understand. So we would want the modulars in place in July, so we could do some of the training of the staff and get our COs for the August opening. But we expect today, right? I mean, if the weather was beautiful in Colorado and it never snowed, that we could open the building in July of 22. So we would need to have 6 months of rental from July through December of 21. So that what I referred to was having the modulars for six months of total rental, which is allowed. The
What,
company,
Craig?
yes, ma'am.
Craig, you just said July of 22. It's actually January of 22, just to clarify.
I'm sorry, January 22. We'd have them for 6 months from the July before school starts until the end of December, and hopefully we'd move into second semester of our first year into the new building.
Okay. And I didn't have an opportunity to go back and look at your budget that was in the application prior to tonight's meeting, but I don't know if you saw the start of the meeting. I just came out of the Capital Construction Assistance Board meeting prior to this meeting, and so we're always talking about capital renewal in that. Are you guys planning on making some modifications to that budget to include some capital renewal for that building, just because of the way things are right now? I mean, I'm hopeful and I'm optimistic that our economy is going to bounce right back from this weird time we're in, but there is that chance that this thing could drag on and there could be some economic slowing. Are you guys thinking of readjusting your budgets to address some of those capital renewal costs so that building is a long-term investment for you guys?
Yeah, and we have a extensive experience. We usually set these up so that there's capitalized payments on the back end, because obviously a school of 135 kids doesn't afford a big payment. So we would structure it in a way allow the school to build up some of that cash. And schools are expected to run a surplus, because in the future, AC units and heating and things, they're not good for 30 years. And so that's what that money, that surplus is for. A lot of it is to a lot of maintenance and different things like that.
Okay, good. Yeah, I just, that, I mean, and especially some of the numbers that we were getting out of the state for CCAP money, you know, it is going to be tough on all schools, charters, and I guess, I don't know what do you call regular schools? Regular schools. It's going to be tough on our budgets, because I think we're going to have to start really pulling some of that money back for capital renewal. So I'm glad you guys are thinking about that. On the school lunch program, so are you guys, is there plans in that building for a commercial kitchen or a kitchen so that you can maybe strike a deal with the third party to do the lunch preparation on site?
Yeah, the campus, the master plan, the symbiotic, the positive relationship with Boys and Girls Club would be that generally Boys and Girls Clubs build kitchens in freestanding facilities. And so we would underbill to that one thing. We wouldn't have a full kitchen. We might have a warming kitchen, but not a full kitchen. The Boys and Girls Club would have a full kitchen. That's going to allow us to have wraparound services for kids, breakfast, lunch, dinner, weekend meals. And we can have the extra space for classrooms or whatever else. We'll have a cafeteria, and then we can use their kitchen. They can use our extra spaces. So that's one of those ones where we have trade-offs in our building plans, and the Boys and Girls Club would have the full kitchen.
Okay, and so that's, I mean, I know it's tough, you can't speak for them, but that's their intention to do that in that portion of the building.
So our concepts really match up with the New Vision Charter School, Larimer County Boys and Girls Club in Loveland, and that's the arrangement that they have there.
Okay. So I really appreciate what you guys are intending on doing with this food pantry. I think the concern is the one that the concern I still have is the one that we shared in the December board meeting, is that, you know, if you are operating this food pantry, how do you protect the stigma of being a free and reduced lunch student going into that food pantry? I mean, have you guys given, I mean, I know we talked about that at length at the last meeting. Have you guys given any more thought to that as how that could be alleviated? Because I mean, that's the beautiful thing about the free and reduced lunch program is there's very few people who know who is on the free and reduced lunch program, and it's definitely not the kids that are standing in line together. But when you have a situation where a student or a child has to go to a, you know, and I have this picture in my head of what it looks like, but have to go into a room and get this lunch put together for them. All the other kids know that's where the poor kid goes to get his lunch. And go ahead, Stephanie.
In speaking with the Weld County Food Bank, there are other schools in Weld County specifically that are operating this school pantry. Specifically, it is the, I was just looking at it right here. It's the School Backpack School Pantry Program Partner Agreement. So I have the application in front of me here. It basically, the way that it was described to me in our conversation over the phone, because we didn't meet in person, was that there is a locker or a cabinet or something, whether it's in the principal's office, whether it's in the counselor's office, whether it's in the nurse's office, wherever it is, it's a locked cabinet and it's stocked by the food bank, and the kids can come in at any time. And that's designed and designated. It's completely set up by the school. So once we apply for once we fill out our application, and if we get approved by the food bank, then the food would be supplied to us through the food bank. And then the school is completely responsible for how the program runs. So whether, she said to me that there's some schools that allow their kids to come in passing periods. There's some that allow their kids to come in the middle of class. So a student can leave class and go down there and get the food that they need and go, you know, and discreetly put it away if necessary. So the way that the food is actually handed out is 100% at the discretion of the school. So it can be set up and it can be ran accordingly so that it is discreet, so that it's, you know, as a parent, as an adult, as an educator, as, you know, there are ways to strategically coordinate that so that it is discreet.
I think Carlos kind of covered it. We plan on having the lunch program in place year one. So the Weld County Food Pantry is supplemental above and beyond. So when you talk about going at lunchtime, That's the lunch program that Carlos was talking about. This is just above and beyond. So that kind of helped me when I understood that.
Okay. Well, and I'll throw this out there too, because I spent some time with the local backpack program. I've worked with the Golden Backpack in Golden, Colorado. I worked with Kid Pack in Loveland through my involvement with Rotary. It might be worthwhile to sit down with those folks and learn how they're doing those backpack programs, because that the food bank's an awesome resource to give you the food. But yeah, for me, the big thing is how do we protect kids from other kids? Because that's what they do. We all did it, and we all had it done to us. And so it's if we can figure out ways to avoid that would be, I would be all in favor of that.
Very high, for
I'm
sure.
sorry.
I said very high priority for sure.
Okay.
To protect them and to make sure that they're fed and getting enough food to take home with them.
Okay, good. Let me just going through my questions here. I think that's all I've got for right now. It looks like Director Hall has one more. Go ahead, Sarah.
I have one more question, and I'm looking at my notes here. In the application, you guys have CSI as your authorizer, but you're saying how difficult they are to work with. Why would you list them as the authorizer?
Ma'am, I'm not exactly sure. I think you mentioned that earlier too. I'm not sure what you're referring to, but the Weld County RE5J, your school district, is the authorizer. If there's something in the application that refers to CSI as our authorizer, that would be an omission or mistake.
Okay, yeah, it was in the bylaws. Carlos, did you want to add anything? I saw you kind of raise your hand there.
And maybe just to help Ms. Hall with that real quick. I understand what Peggy mentioned, and I get it. You guys are, the board and staff are going to be overprotective of their children, and we're coming in here and we have the best intentions, but we need to be able to demonstrate and showcase that to you through our application and through the interview process and through all the procedural events that have taken place. So us not opting to go through CSI is because we've come so far along at this point. And right now we'd like to finish off this process. And, we are, obviously it's evident, it's 12:15. And I think that speaks about, at least I can't speak on behalf of the entire board. I can speak on behalf of myself that I think that demonstrates, how committed, not only myself, but this entire board is into doing right by these children and working with you as a partner. So we've come so far already. We've gone through the whole process with you, having to rewrite another application. We just want to finish off these steps and then see what the outcomes are. And then as a board, we'll sit together and decide what the next steps may be.
And it's important, as a member of this board, it is important for me. I think that I would like to be a part of WeldRE5J district. I would like for this school, Civica, to be a part of WeldRE5J. I mean, as a member of the community, as a longtime member of the community, as a Roosevelt High School graduate, and as a huge believer in Civica and what they have to offer, I wanted to be a part of WeldRE5J. I wasn't in the meeting yesterday, and I was bummed to hear that it was recommended for us to go to CSI, because I want to be a part of WeldRE5J.
Okay, is there any other questions from the board members? My screen keeps jumping, so I'm like looking around here. Peggy keeps moving. Reverend Scott, you're good.
Sorry.
Nate, you're good. Peggy, good. Sarah, good. Okay.
I have a question for the board. Can I ask a question?
If it's quick. I mean, yeah, just because it's
okay.
It's a little out of our order, but yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
It's okay. I don't have to.
No, go ahead, Steph.
I wanted to know, and just this came up previously. This came up in our meeting with Michael Wales and Peggy Wakeman in January. And this came up again tonight briefly, not in a negative way or a positive, it just did. But speaking on the enrollment of students, we've talked about the enrollment of students and how it's going to affect the district and how it's going to affect financially and all that. Up to this point, Civica has truly, we've only really reached out to or marketed to or shared this opportunity with our community, the Johnstown Milliken WeldRE5J district. As a board, would you like to see us reach out to more surrounding communities, or would you prefer to see us focus more on just our community? Do you guys have an opinion either way on that? Do you guys have, I'm just curious what your thoughts are, or where you guys stand on that.
And I don't want to speak for Director Sassano, but I think the question he was referring to was, or the point he was trying to make was that, you know, we are surrounded by some larger communities that have demographics that probably are more aligned with what Carlos has at Cohia. And I think it was just curious why you guys didn't go to those communities that you might have a tremendous amount of success as opposed to
yeah.
I mean, because we still are a small district. I mean, that's is that right, Nate? Did I surmise you okay?
There was no nefariousness to that question. I was just truly curious if this school model might fit better in a larger district, where there's more people, there's more students, there's more financial resources, and not to move you away from here. I'm not saying that. I wondered if there was any better fit in another district. That's all. That's the only reason I asked that question. To answer your question, Stephanie, from my perspective, I don't have a dog in that fight. I mean, I want our kids in this district to have the best education that they possibly can and the best facilities that they possibly can. I ran for the board because of the facilities issues. That's what I feel strongly about. So if you're bringing kids to this district from another district, great. My concern is the kids of this district, and I want them to have the best opportunity that they can. And if that's at Civica, great. I don't think anybody says that Civica would not do a good job. We just have to make sure that you will, that those things are in place prior to, sending kids to a facility. So again, there was no underlying motive to that question. It was really just an honest question, whether or not this school might fit better in a larger district that had a little more resources. That was the only impetus behind that question.
So from my perspective too, my question actually wasn't kind of in follow-up to yours. It just brought up something for me that I guess I wanted to know and wanted to ask for a while, because it's been something that, we being located where we're located in Milliken, we're obviously very close to, LaSalle and blah. So the conversation is, do we want to market to those schools as well? Or do we and we've always just focused on Johnstown and Milliken community, just naturally. That's just the way that it's transpired. So I wasn't taking your question particularly as an insinuation of that. To speak on the flip side of whether this option would be better in another district, speaking as somebody from this community, I feel like, I guess my perspective, and it's our board's perspective because we've had these conversations, but we feel that this is a great fit for our community. That's why we're here. We feel that what we have to offer, we feel is what is best, or not, I'm sorry, not best, what is, we feel that it's best suited in this community because of what we're offering with the college and the career academies, and with I can speak, I've said this before myself, I would have thrived in a school like this. My husband would have thrived. I mean, I know many people who would have thrived with an opportunity like this. And again, I feel like Mr. Durham said it best when he said that this really struck home with me. At the end of his statements, when he said, when parents and families have options,
I don't want to misquote him, but it was basically having options is a good thing. And I feel like I mean, that's why we've come to Johnstown Milliken with this option. It's never even crossed our minds to go to another district. So when asked if we have applied or if we would have applied somewhere else, it was never an option. We always felt that this was a great opportunity. When we went and we toured Cohia in Miami, we were like, man, this would be amazing for some of our kids. And it's not for everyone, and that's okay. But for for those that would thrive in this environment, we felt it was a great option for our community.
Okay, well, thanks, Steph. Thanks for board members, because I'm going to get ready to close the public hearing portion of this. Any other questions that you have for the applicants or staff?
Could I respond to Stephanie's comments?
Do you want to do it now, Peggy, or do you want to do it during our deliberation and comment section?
I'm okay waiting.
Okay. So for this, our Civica team, well, I'm going to go ahead and close the public comment, or the public, not public comment, public portion of the meeting. So for our Civica team, we're going to put you guys on mute. If you guys are watching on the live stream, you don't have to stay in this meeting. If you want to exit this meeting and go straight to the live stream, we won't be offended. Otherwise, feel free to hang out with us all here. We did reserve the option to go into an executive session to review our draft resolutions that we have. Does anybody feel like they would like to move in that direction? If so, we do have a motion in your board packet on how to do that. And that's under item number 7.
Michael, I don't think we need an executive session necessarily. I would like to take maybe a 5-minute break before we.
Oh, we're definitely going to do that.
Thank you.
Amen. Nick.
Okay.
Hey,
So,
Michael, I wanted to share with everyone, if no one's noted or if no one's been watching, the live stream is actually on probably quite a few minute delay. So if.
Oh, right. Yeah, it's usually like a 45-second delay.
Okay.
Okay. So nobody's making a motion on that executive session. Let's go ahead and we'll take a recess. Sorry, Carlos, I think this guy's yawning over there. Why don't we come back at it's 10:25 right now. Let's recess. We'll come back at 10:35.
Okay.
All right, we're back 10:35. We'll go ahead and reconvene. So yeah, I'll open this up to comments from the board. Deliberate. Peggy, I think you wanted to make a response, and you're muted right now too, by the way. There you go.
My only comment to what Stephanie referred to is, I think when we somewhat talked about that, my curiosity was in whether they were aware of the 600 kids that supposedly are not live in our district and are not involved in our district, if that was part of their target area.
Sorry, were you wanting me to answer, Peggy? Or
Not
No.
necessarily. I just wanted
Okay.
you to know kind of
Yeah,
where our comments were coming from.
gotcha. Thank you.
Mhm.
Go ahead, Director Hall.
Echo what Director Wakeman just said about the 600 kids. Because we know we have around 600 kids that do not attend school in the district, that live in the district. And we don't know that Civica would draw them back into the district or not. We don't even know how to identify these kids to try to draw them back into the district. And again, to kind of echo Director Wakeman's comments from earlier, I felt the same she did with some of the comments we received from the public, just kind of trying to use their votes as bargaining chips. And it was really sad to see that. And I know that that shouldn't reflect on us as the district or on Civica. It's just kind of sad that different people in the community could think that their votes are bargaining chips to get a charter passed or not. And I guess one other comment I have, I went back and I was reviewing notes from our previous meetings, and a comment that's really sticking out to me, it was in regards to a grant that Civica at the time had been denied one time at the December 9th meeting. And it was that the committee that they had reviewing that grant was lazy and not wanting to do their jobs. And I just felt that it's not the kind of professionalism we would want our kids to see or face from a teacher or a principal or anyone, from a board member, from anyone. And the committee, I don't know if it was the same committee or not, but that same bond was again denied on January 10th. So it had been denied twice before it was awarded on February 27th, which is the comment of the committee being lazy and not wanting to do their jobs was distasteful to me. And those are my comments for now.
Okay. Go ahead, Reverend Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Wells. I mean, I guess, man, I hope we're all having fun watching the sausage get made, because wow, this is great. But that's what we're about, and we need to do it. We need to do it well. You know, I appreciated Mr. Horton's comments about, you know, the CSI process being hard, our process being hard. It should be hard, and I appreciated those comments that he made, because it should be. You know, we're talking about kids, possibly hundreds of kids. That's a very important responsibility. We're talking about possibly millions of dollars in tax dollars. I mean, of course, it's going to be difficult, and it's going to feel occasionally nitpicky and all of that. And so, you know, and it's been a learning curve for a lot of us. You know, some of us who are just brand new school board members, period, learning school board. But then, you know, learning charter school and that whole subset of the process, and what's appropriate and what isn't. So, you know, certainly it's been messy, but I think the mess is for a good intention. And I do think everyone came in this, the board and the Civica board and our admin staff and everybody has the greatest intentions in mind. You know, I read every comment and you know, and really took a lot of what I heard to heart. I'm glad to see some of the progress in the quality of the application we've seen over the last couple of weeks or last couple of months, really. And I think the process is what's helped us with that. You know, Mr. Horton also said, you know, one of the things that we have to determine as a school board, you know, what is our comfort level around decision making? You know, and what's our risk tolerance around this? And I think one of the challenges that I have in this is recognizing that once we kind of get past this process of what we're doing right now, and once we get past the process of you know, doing a contract and all that kind of stuff, because we won't be the servicer, the backend servicer like we are for KQA and those kinds of things, we're just not going to have eyes in this thing, right? This thing's going to be a little bit of a black box that lives in our district that has a relationship with us as a school board, but a very different relationship than any of our other schools and our other charter school. One that we won't have the kind of regular eyes into that we have in other places. So that has caused me to kind of raise my bar for where we are now and this process and the level of accountability I'd like to see around this process, just to make sure we are doing the best thing. Because this sort of, I don't know, I'm not sure how to describe it. It almost feels like a franchise, you know, like it's a franchise model going on. One of the things Craig said, Mr. Horton said in this thing, you know, is that there is a model for Civica and they want to replicate that model for Civica. And there isn't a lot of interest in really kind of tailoring it because they think it works and they know it works where they are and they think it's going to work here. And I understand that. But again, I think that just brings another level of scrutiny to the whole thing. You know, knowing that it's not maybe going to be necessarily the most flexible thing for us. So I think those are some of the current concerns I bring in to all of this. I think, you know, I'm a process person. I look for process. I think one of the ways you demonstrate your integrity is by having a process in place that you know, throughout everything you do, that shows that you did all that you could to ensure that the right people were in the right places. That was all the motivation behind my question around the selection of the, you know, the launching principal. I still have some questions and maybe some concerns about that. Have no doubt that a competitive process would certainly, probably no doubt, elevate Ms. McCoud as a top tier candidate. I also know we've hired 4 principals in the district in the last 2 years and, you know, have been surprised by the number and quality and caliber of the candidates that have come out of that process. And so, you know, I'm not sure, it's not maybe the biggest concern, but I do have a concern that, you know, that opportunity maybe not be taken on, you know, especially given the time that is now available with the whole year 0 thing. You know, just to make sure that everything's being done as well, so that everyone has, whether, so we as a board, their board, the people in our area, because at the end of the day, if you're a WeldRE5J school, charter school, the assumption that the public's going to make, you know, when they came in, that is that school was thoroughly vetted and is being overseen and is being, you know, led and is operating at the same caliber of all the rest of the schools. And so I think that's what we need to make sure we ensure as a board, especially in this community. And I do really appreciate everybody's, you know, testimony about, you know, the deep personal relationships that are involved around this, that you know, these are, you know, we've got a lot of folks with a lot of deep connections in this community. I value that. I think that's great. I am not one of those people, right? I mean, and I'm more in the boat to what most of our population is in, which is we're newer to the community. And so, you know, the way that we're going to trust and build trust with us is going to be a little bit different. And the way they build trust with me is everything is, again, to just demonstrate that there was a process. The process was thorough. You know, that people in the know did all they can. And so I think that's what we should all continue to strive to, wherever we go from here around approval or contract or whatever. I think we just need to maintain that and keep in mind that, you know, that we ask everybody to continue to work with you know, with all the integrity and maintain the integrity of the process, because I think that's important, and I think that's what's going to give everybody kind of confidence in what we're doing. So I do, and I'm, you know, and I will say, I think, you know, I've brought these questions up for a reason a couple of times. I have no problem with academic needing to make money in the same way I don't have any problem with Sodexo needing to make money, and I appreciated the analogy. No problem with that whatsoever. Again, kind of some lingering questions of, we know what Sodexo needs in order to be successful. We know how many kids they need to serve lunch to, right? Like, you know, and at what price they need to do it at in order to meet their goals. The fact that that information isn't readily available, it's a little concerning, because it's just like, you know, for all of this, because you start to wonder, well, why do we not know that? Isn't that something we need to know for the long-term sustainability? You know, we got 20, 30-year horizons, you know, on these things. So I think those are the kind of the niggles in the back of my head as far as how we are moving forward. But you know, all that to say, I do think that I've definitely seen some improvement in the proposal. I've seen some improvement in what's being planned for. I think the extra time that we've been given by protracting this process in the way that we have is played some benefits to it. So yeah, I think I'll stop there.
Thank you, Reverend Scott. Director Sassano, looks like you're indicating.
Yep, I am, unless you want to speak, President Wales.
Oh, that's a beautiful thing about being the chair of the board. You get to go last.
Yeah, and one of these days I'm going to learn to stop speaking after Reverend Scott, but because he said most of what I was thinking. I guess that there's a couple of things that are still running through my mind. One, it's become abundantly clear to me in the last couple of months that there's a lot of animosity around this issue from the district side, from Civica's side, in the community, just based on some of the emails that I have personally received about this issue that are frankly threatening. In some ways, we talked about using the vote as a you know, bargaining chip and some of those kind of things. I know that Civica is not responsible for those. I understand that, but I think it's been very clear to me that it's become more clear to me, I guess, in the last few months that is part of the issue here, is that we're dealing with a lot of animosity on both sides, which is one of the reasons why I believe wholeheartedly that Civica, you all would be better served to go through CSI. I understand the issue about recreating an application. I understand the issue about the grant, but I do think that would still be there. I believe for everybody's sake that we would be better off to send this through CSI in this instance. So I'll just put that out there and let you know that's where I'm coming from. I do, you know, last time we met, I think it was Ms. McCowett said we couldn't deny based on the what ifs. And from my perspective, the what ifs are exactly why we have so many questions and why we did deny it the first time around. Some of those what ifs have been answered in the last few weeks and few months. That's part of the issue, is that things have changed so many times since we saw that first application that it's been really hard to figure out where things are going to end up. So I understand now that we can put some of those things in a contract. We can create gates around those things. And I'm a little more comfortable now with that than I was a few months ago. But those are the reasons why I think we have to be very, very cautious with how we move forward with the proposal. These are our kids. We all care about kids. And that's why I think all of us have run for the board. You know, I think all of us, none of us, I think, are anti-charter. None of us are really out to make sure that charters don't exist. We have one in our district that's working really well. I think we're all open to the idea of a charter school. So I want to put that out there, that this is not about anti-charter. This is not about any of those types of things. This is really about what's best for our kids and our students, and making sure that that anything we provide as an option for our kids is going to provide them the best education possible. Whether that's at Civica, whether that's at Roosevelt, whether that's at Milliken Middle School, or any new building that might come online in the next few years. Those are the things that I am most concerned about, is making sure that our kids have the best options and the best education available to them. And again, a few months ago, I didn't see that with Civica. There were way too many questions for me. Now things have changed, and there are some of those questions have been answered. Some are still to be answered, and I think we can work together and create some of those, create some of those answers. So I'm encouraged to see that. Again, I think some of the public comments have been disheartening and discouraging, and I'm hopeful that those will we can find a way to work together on some of those public comments that have been around this issue. And I'll say it one more time. I really do think that the best way to move forward is through CSI. And I would personally be willing to vote tonight to waive our charter authority in this instance and allow you all to work with the experts in this field. So I'll just put that out there one more time and make sure that that's very well known, at least from my perspective. I think that's all I have right now. I may have more to say later, but I think that's where I'm coming from right now.
Okay. I did a terrible job. Director Hall, did you get an opportunity to okay. And Peggy, you got yours. I'll echo what these other guys have said. I just want to make it real clear that from my perspective and from my perspective of the other board members, this has never been a personal issue, other than us taking personal responsibility for the decision that we have to make. And so it's been about finding the answers and making sure that we are helping you to put forward the best charter application that you can, so that we can ensure that this school isn't just going to be successful in its first year or its second year, that this is going to be a long-term fixture in our school district that will continually be successful. And maybe to a fault, but I always look at the future of these things. All the people who are sitting on this screen right now are probably not going to be in the positions they are within 7 years. You ever take one or two of us. That means that the documents that we create tonight or tomorrow or next week or whenever that would form this school, those are going to be here. And we need to make sure that they are written with all of our intentions in mind, without guessing, without, we'll figure it out when we get there kind of thing. I always think of, the stories about Don King giving blank papers for contracts to his boxers saying, you just sign your name, I'll fill in the details, and we can't do that with the charter school. And I'm not implying that you guys are asking us to sign a blank document, but there's questions that we do need to have answered. And as Director Sassano said, I think there's still some that we do need answered. But I think we have gotten some answers on quite a few of them. And I'm confident as well that with some work together that we can find the answers to the remaining questions. I'm in the same camp with Director Sassano when it comes to the CSI option. We are such in a different world today than we were a month ago. And I guess my concern is, from a district standpoint, is that we might not be able to provide the support to you to do this right, and CSI would. And like Director Sassano, I would be willing to vote in favor of relinquishing our chartering authority to the Colorado or the Charter School Institute for your application, should you guys choose to go that route. Mr. Horton, I'm glad you did mention that there is a discrepancy in the PPR. I was not aware of that, and I can see where that definitely makes a difference in your minds. And I appreciate the fact that you would look at that piece and feel like, you know, giving students an equitable opportunity in our district is something worth fighting for. So I am disappointed in some of the comments that we've received. Now, the comments that have been referred to aren't necessarily in our public comment. These are letters that were sent to the board members directly or individually, and they were threatening. It was just disappointing. I've been a member of this community my entire life. I'm a fourth generation member of this community, and I really hope, really hope that is not who we are as Johnstown and Milliken. Boy, I really hope it isn't, and I'm not holding anybody here on the Civica team responsible for any of that. I don't believe that you're promoting that type of behavior, but boy, that'll be a sad day if that's who we are as a community. And so it was really disappointing to get those letters and those emails. I guess that's all I really have to say about that. So, Director Sassano, did you have something else?
No, thank you.
Okay, Reverend Scott.
Well, I think you brought up an interesting point, Michael. I mean, the challenge also is where we are in life. I mean, unfortunately, we've got so much as our wonderful CFO, Ms. Zimborski, reported to us earlier, like so much uncertainty about where we're going to be as a district next year. And so I will say it's a little daunting, the idea of taking on, again, something that it's going to be, a little more opaque and a little more rigid than anything else we have. And that we're just going to have to work around. I mean, I can see, looking at Civica just in the box of Civica, the value that everyone else has spoken of. But when I look at it as kind of this, again, rather opaque and going to be rather rigid thing that's going to have to exist in the ecosystem of our schools. And that is going to be one of our jobs as the board, is to figure out, how do we balance all this stuff? And so, again, it's not a reason to say no by any means. It's something that I'm processing in my own brain out loud at 11 o'clock at night, when I probably shouldn't be speaking anymore. Is what that's going to mean for us. It's another moving piece on the board, or less moving piece in this case. I'm going to echo what everybody else says. I mean, I probably should have asked what the difference in the PPR is between the two, and I get that that's a thing. I like the CSI option. I think I know we talked about what our options are for this evening. I hope whatever we decide, that we'll vote for that as well. Just to leave that door open. So if even if we vote to approve, I would also like to see us vote to allow for that as well, in case the contract negotiation process or anything else that comes online later, to give kind of Civica that escape path if they want to take it. I think that's a reasonable thing for us to do. Either way, because yeah.
Well said for 11 o'clock at night, Reverend Scott. Well, if there's no other comments from the board, I'd ask what the will and pleasure of the board is.
If we do two things, we need to do them separately, correct?
That would be correct.
Okay. So understanding that we will eventually, and so everybody who's watching understands the process that we talked about earlier, we will have to vote on either to approve or deny. I do think with either of those, we can also include, the CSI option. So I'm wondering if maybe we should just take care of that first, and just say, no matter what we decide to do whether we decide to approve or disapprove as a board, I feel like there's at least a little bit of growing will to say, the CSI door needs to be open. So I can't remember how we do this, but I would make that motion to Is it written down somewhere?
Yeah, I believe it is in board docs.
Is it in board docs? I should have looked at that first.
Maybe. Actually, no, it isn't.
Oh, good. I didn't dismiss it.
So, and maybe, and let me ask this so I understand, maybe I can understand where you're driving at. So are you suggesting that regardless of the ultimate direction we go this evening, that we maintain the offer to Civica that we would relinquish our chartering authority to CSI?
Yeah, I think we should formalize that decision first.
Okay.
And then we can move on to whether we want to piggyback that onto approval or piggyback that onto a denial.
Okay.
So, a limited delegation of our chartering authority for Civica. Oh gosh, where's Adele when you need her?
I'm right here. What is your question?
She's here.
What is the what is the language, the appropriate language for the motion to do the limited release of our chartering authority to CSI for this matter?
I think you would be making a motion to relinquish exclusive chartering authority for Civica to be able to apply to CSI to open for August of 2021. And then retain the remainder of your exclusive chartering authority.
Okay. Yes, that's what I'm doing. I would like to move that.
Okay. So I'm going to try to. So Director Sassano, you are the second on that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to make sure I understand this because I'm going to have to read this back. So we have a motion by Reverend Scott and a second by Director Sassano to relinquish our chartering authority to Civica for this specific application.
For the specific application that is for opening a school in August of 2021 while maintaining the remainder of your exclusive chartering authority. And
Okay.
we can put together a resolution for this
Okay.
that you would pass.
Okay. Okay, so are there from the board, is there any questions or comments on the discussion on the motion? And do we all understand what this motion is? It's essentially, it would essentially allow us to leave this door open for if we were to go into contract negotiations with Civica and find that we just cannot make this thing work, that we would leave the door open for them to go to CSI. It's understood. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Any discussion on that?
Once again, I would just highlight, I really do think this is the way to get away from some of the roadblocks that we've had from both sides. It's, again, very clear to me there's been a lot of animosity around this issue from the beginning from both sides. And so allowing an expert like CSI to take over and be the charter authority, I think would be good for both sides. So I'll just put that out there again and make sure that's very clear from my perspective.
Any other discussion? I would echo what Director Sassano said. Seeing or hearing no other discussion or comment, Sil, is Sil still with us? Yes, she is. There she is. Hi. Still smiling too. I'd ask you to pull the board, please.
Sarah Hall,
Yes.
Nate Sassano,
Yes.
Jeremy Scott,
Yes.
Michael Wales,
Yes.
Peggy Wakeman.
Yes.
And so I'm going to ask Adele back in here real quick. So I guess we will have a resolution for that. We can formalize a resolution and have that put together.
Absolutely correct. We've got one that we started a draft and you've approved this tonight, and we can finalize it tomorrow or Friday. so that you can have it and file it appropriately.
Okay. All right. Okay, so we still need to make another decision. So what is the will and pleasure? And so, and just to help you guys out too, we do have two resolutions, two draft resolutions, similar to what Ms. Reister stated about the resolution that we just essentially adopted, is that in the coming days we can finalize some of the language in these resolutions. But we do have a resolution, that one. We do have a resolution to deny the application. And then we also have one to approve it with conditions. And I can be prepared to read from those at least the titles. Should anybody choose to make a motion?
The titles might be helpful. I think, you know, what I would probably think of as conditions is probably shifted because of this conversation. You know, just the new information that we learned tonight and stuff. So I know we need to work on the draft of the actual resolution and the actual conditions, because I know at least for myself that's shifted. Yeah, it might be helpful just to read the names.
And Jeremy, after we have whatever motion is passed and Michael reads the titles of the two that we've got drafts for, then one or two board members can work with me in order to finalize the language and what those conditions would be if it's a conditional approval, or what the denial reasons would be if it were a denial.
Okay, so yeah, and I can go ahead and read both of these. As far as the title, how big is the title? Is the title just the bolded piece?
The title is just the bolded piece.
Okay, I didn't know if I needed to get all the way down to.
You do not.
Item 1. So okay. So the first one I'll read is the resolution for denial. And it would be a resolution of the Weld County School District WeldRE5J Board of Education reconsidering and denying the charter school application of Civica Colorado College and Career Academies. And then the other resolution is resolution of the Weld County School District WeldRE5J Board of Education conditionally approving the charter school application of Civica Colorado College and Career Academies, subject to contract negotiations.
So I guess I'll go first since we're all just staring at each other. I think where we're at, I mean, just looking at, you know, where we are, the landscape, and you know, it's like I said, the learning curve for me on Colorado and charter schools and all of that is, I mean, it's certainly clear to me that the state and the state Board of Education, everything is very encouraging, shall we say, of these sorts of projects. And it seems incredibly obvious to me that if we even did want to deny it tonight, if we did, what would happen? And we would waste our time, we would waste Civica's time, we would waste, you know, a lot of time and a lot of energy and a lot of effort on something. And you know, while I think if I honestly don't know where I would stand if it was simply up to us, but I also just need to recognize the reality of the situation, which is in this case, under Colorado revised statute, it isn't completely up to us. Our one trip through the appeal process was a little obvious. So, you know, I'm inclined to do an approval and work very hard to make sure that all of the issues and you know, opportunities for improvement that we all see in this project are addressed. you know, in a properly executed gate contract. And I just, the pragmatic side of me just doesn't see another option for us than that. I'm just gonna throw that out there for us.
Is that a motion, Reverend Scott?
Not yet, because I already did the last one. But I want to see, I mean, I might be the only one feeling that way. So I just really just, I want to throw that, just kind of break the ice on where maybe what other people are feeling. I'm just kind of curious, actually, first and foremost, like I saw a little bit of head nodding.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat, Reverend Scott. I think were we to deny, it would be a waste of everyone's time to end up in the same spot that we'll end up in regardless. So I will make a motion that we pass the resolution conditionally approving the Civica application with the caveat that we work hard together to answer all of the concerns that still exist and create those conditions.
And I will second it.
I have a motion by Director Sassano, a second by Reverend Scott to adopt the resolution conditionally approving the charter school application of Civica Colorado College and Career Academies subject to contract negotiations. Just as a discussion point, I'm going to ask Ms. Arnold. Ms. Arnold, in your recommendation, you asked that the board consider releasing funds to bring in a third party to help in the contract negotiations. Is that something that we should amend, or that you would like to see us amend into this motion at this point, or is that something that we would need to consider at another time?
No, I think we can just consider it at another time. I think that you all stated it very well, that this is on both sides. As much as one side would like to say it's just the other side, it is on both sides. And both are guilty of creating, I think, kind of the stress and the anxiety of where it is now. It might be worth our while to get somebody to help kind of mediate the process, but then to also assure that any of the gate contracts that are put in, that those things are met. I'm not interested in policing this thing. I would be interested in getting somebody else to really help with that and to make sure that all the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted, et cetera. But I don't think it needs to be put into this amendment right now.
Okay. Any other discussion on the motion?
Just to say, I mean, I think where we're at right now is also just, there's an issue of stewardship here, stewardship of time, stewardship of resources and what's going on. I think we've been good stewards of the time so far. I think having the extra time that we gave ourselves, even though the process I know felt painful on all sides, you know, but I think we've reached a point where, you know, stewardship looks different. And we need to, this gives us as many options as we can have at this moment to move forward in a successful way. So
yeah, nice, I would agree.
Nice cat.
In there.
It's the craziest thing. Yep. She every hour, like clockwork, she has to walk across my desk to make sure that she's my supervisor.
Yeah, I would just comment and say that again, this does not close the door to CSI, who I still think would be a better steward of all of our time. In this case, I think going into contract negotiations, I just want to make sure that Civica is aware that is still an open door. That if we at any point feel like it's better, easier to go through CSI, that we can do that. So just want to put that out there one more time.
Okay. Peggy, any comments or?
No.
Okay. All right. Any other discussion or comment on the motion? Seeing none, hearing none. Sil, would you please poll the board?
Sarah Hall.
Yes.
Nate Sassano.
Yes.
Jeremy Scott.
Yes.
Michael Wales.
Yes.
Peggy Wakeman.
Yes.
So the WeldRE5J Board of Education has unanimously adopted a resolution approving a conditional approval for the charter school application of Civica Colorado College and Career Academies, subject to contract negotiations. Congratulations, Civica team. Thank you for bearing with us. I think it will all be worth it. We're all working towards the same end with the same goal in mind. So let's just keep remembering that. And it's snowing crazy out here, Carlos, you lucky Miami guy. Drive safe if you have to drive. I don't know if you guys are all at home. We will get to work. I'm gonna pull Adele back on real quick. Adele, can you explain how we'll work on this resolution?
Sure. So we'll take, if I can have 2 board members work with me over the course of Thursday and Friday, with the goal of by Friday, we'll have finalized the wording for it with the conditions that will be in it. And then we can get that sent out. And then we'll want to talk with Civica and come up with whatever negotiations teams, then start with the contract negotiations piece. We've got 90 days from today to try to reach the contract and get that into place. So those are our next steps.
Okay. Thank you. We'll move on to item number 8 on our agenda. That is citizens' comments on general topics. We do not have any citizens' comments on general topics. Are there any other items deemed necessary by the board? I just want to remind anybody who's watching on the live stream that, again, tomorrow, because of the weather, we will not be doing lunch delivery or grab and go. It's technically a snow day for food service, so be prepared for that. Those buses will not be running, and those Milliken Elementary School and Roosevelt High School will not be serving lunches tomorrow. If there's not anything else, let's adjourn.
Michael, I just want to say thank you to you and your team and the board and the administration and all of you. I appreciate it. Thank you
Thanks, Steph.
for your time.